welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more League of Legends action right here on the NACE Starleague. I will be one of your casters for the evening, Ravishing, the most ravishing around the internet. Joined here by my side by the illustrious Coco the Dragon. How we doing, Coco?
Oh, we're doing pretty good. A sunny Tuesday here for myself, and it's going to be jam-packed with some League of Legends action and some very important League of Legends actions too, because we're that final week away before we make those playoff spots. So I'm going to be very excited to see how these teams are able to put out tonight.
Exactly that, right? It simply is this that one person wins, we move on, the other person sadly has to go home. But luckily, we have a whole best of three to get through to that. So we won't go into all that just yet. But our matches today are going to be absolutely fantabulous. So I'll make sure to stick around to see what's popping as we have right in front of us my alma mater, Ryerson University, going up against Concordia.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I didn't know that you were Ryerson University alma mater, so I think you're coming in with a little bit of bias. But don't worry, I'm going to
No.
be covering Concordia because they came in and they showed a powerful performance earlier on in the NACE Starleague season. They've been on air before, but it does mean that they've taken a loss because we saw them come in with a victory earlier on. But then, of course, after all of that, we do have our second match of the week, which is Penn State versus Drexel University. Two unknowns that we haven't seen on air just yet, but I'm very excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the stage tonight.
Indeed, yeah, because Collegiate League of Legends is exactly where things go absolutely roam free, and I'm very excited about it because the picks that could potentially happen are something that are very much towards my own liking, and things get very, very fun very quick, which is where I get happy because Coco, I don't know if you know, I'm a big fan of unorthodox picks, right?
Very true.
So you could say very magical-esque in a sense, as we have the rosters in front of us between Ryerson and Concordia.
Yep, and you might be seeing some of those more versatile and more personal favored picks out here coming in with Ryerson University and Concordia. I know that Concordia has been starting to favor the Hecarim jungle a little bit more for Ractic, something that's been rising through the professional ranks in a little while, but I'm going to be looking at Oracle to also provide us with some Vygar plays if it doesn't get banned out, or maybe some Malzahars too. Hecarim Malzahar can be very chaotic and very difficult to deal with Ryerson University, who likes to play more high-risk, high-reward champions.
Yeah, which I'm assuming alongside that we might see the Karma, the Uni, I also know has been popping up as a potential for picks like alongside the Hecarim. But on the other end, if Ractic can play the Udyr, then suddenly we're in for a game of our hands because although Udyr isn't the terrifying force that he was in the previous season, he's still pretty solid in certain matches, and I feel like he's pretty decent in the Hecarim, but that's just me kind of spitballing here
Yeah,
and
possible.
hoping for the West.
Yeah, possible. I feel like Udyr and Hecarim might be some of those highly contested picks because both of the junglers do play it. But I'm not too sure how high of a contestation it's really going to be because to me it's just Scum personally prefers more of those early game fighters, likes the
True.
Xin Cao, likes the Rek'Sai to just get the ball rolling and really create sort of a tempo play to where you can just come out of the jungle full force, get those Rift Heralds, break down the turret plates earlier on, and then being able to sort of push it into a clean and short win. Where, you know, on the other side, Concordia likes to scale, likes to play patient, but if you can sort of get past that point of where you don't have Ryerson University trying to hyper accelerate the game, and you get to that more awkward phase of a mid game performance where it's like, all right, well, what do? We have to wait for timers and so on, and with wave control, maybe that's where Concordia can really come out and take this series swinging.
Yeah, exactly that, right? It's just the overall early game is gonna definitely be one that's probably in high contention. I don't think we're just gonna be seeing like very slow macro control gameplay from both of these teams, but I think the draft might be able to tell us a little bit more as we're into the first phase of picks and bans. Concordia on the blue side on game number one. We'll see what they decide to take away into the comfort up against Ryerson.
See, you did really thinking the thoughts out. To say it might be good to just sort of get some of the big OP picks. Like Graves might be a great one at the moment. Seraphine, a good comfort pick for Ryerson's bottom lane, but Ryerson knows what they want to get rid of. Get that Hecarim out of here. See if you can sort of push him onto a point where Udyr's a little bit more appetizing, because then you can say, hey, let's grab that. Like, they grab the Udyr, that's fine. It's going to be a lot easier for us to manage the playing field to where he really has to run up at us instead of just an instant backline access point, as the rest of this pick ban phase for myself is showing that Concordia wants those engages in the bottom lane, wants to see if they can shut down that difference between them and Ryerson, and then see if you can also isolate it where top side can be a little bit weaker.
As for now, the picks very much focused on taking away the comfort potential for both these sides. And I was expecting more of a jungle ban, and there we go. The Zinja taken away. If Ryerson take with Lee Sin here as well, that does mean the Concordia suddenly has to make a pretty isolated position and like in terms of what they want to pick in the jungle, and instead let me the Kayn. I have seen this pick rising in popularity as of late, especially within collegiate and also in solo queue because he's such a monster. But considering his blue side and Jinx is banned away, Concordia picked that up.
Easy first pick for that one. And you got Nautilus, Leona, Alistar, all of the frontliners that you really want to go for to just try and pair with that Jinx hyper carry. And it also leaves a lot of open for Ryerson as well. They can steal those support options if they like. And they have the pick of the litter too for those jungle picks. I feel like Grizz might be a good option here just because you can sort of flex it with your top lane and then have this nice little scenario to where Concordia know what they're going up against, but they don't know where it's going to be applied just yet, and it gives you some more freedom to sort of think out and try and process the rest of those sort of counter pick bays that you can have when you are on red side. Ziggs, though, is sort of on that same vein, but with the mid bot, I'm just not as confident with that as I would have been with another Graves pick.
Exactly that, right? And considering Ryerson are choosing to prioritize their, I want to say kind of mid bot like you were mentioning, in terms of the flicks, the Lee Sin is one of the stronger picks still left up.
Sure.
Ryerson do decide to pick that up as Concordia going to look for the response. Trundle and Jarvan are still very much there, but the Viego is also one that I hadn't personally considered, and the Ruined King has been so good for so long, it would be a solid pickup from Concordia, and I'm looking for support here after there as well for on their end.
Yeah, you could pick support here now, or you could say the only other option for me would be saying getting a comfort pick for your solo laners that you are expecting to be banned out going into next phase. I'm looking at the Vigar potentially. I'm looking at perhaps a possible another top lane pick, but it's not going to be any of those. They're saying we're going to finish out that bottom lane, like you said, Ravish, and go with a support. Though we have not seen this pairing, or at least myself, I have not seen this pairing in competitive play just yet, but it will be Renata for Concordia.
So I've seen Renata just about once over in some ERLs, and
sure,
even in the LCK just the once or twice, and I don't think she's too bad of a pick, but it really does depend on the composition. Her disengage though is fantastic, but against Ryerson, who don't have a ton of heavy engage, might not be something that you would have to worry about as you get the Zillion or some more resets of their own within the second phase. The cast had been taken away, and I expect the sort of trend to continue. More focus on the solo lanes like you were mentioned before, Coco.
Of course, and we did see that Zillion, as you had mentioned. That to me sort of just yells that Ziggs is going to be going bottom lane, which sort of creates that argument for Nada a little bit better. Because it's like, all right, I'll be a little squishy. We can just sit in the back, and I can try and throw out pulls and see if I can push them into the traps where we get guaranteed more damage rather than you would have with a more traditional engaged support that has to walk up and handle that Ziggs harassment before you're able to try and get that opportunity. But it gives Concordia that capability to say, all right, we can prioritize solo lanes a little bit more this time. Akshan and Irelia are the options here for Concordia to take away. So that's a lot of top lane and mid lane flexibility that's going to be choked out for Ryerson University, where Ryerson decided to go for the Kassadin, and I believe that was a Gragas right before it sort of filled with red before the ban got locked in. So AP options down, but you're not looking for AP options, as production has clarified that it was a Tryndamere ban instead for us, so that's more split push focus into that side. So we need some engagement here for Ryerson. We need some also zoning pressure to help follow through with the Zillion. Leona is just a great option to fill both of those check boxes.
Exactly that, right? You need a friend to lock pinkies with the Lee Sin if you are to go away. That Solar Flare is fantastic, not only as the potential engaging option, we're just trying to stop Concordia in their tracks because we know if they get potential resets or, you know, things to just capitalize off of their passives, things can become very dangerous very, very fast. Speaking of things to capitalize off their passes, the Aatrox I've also seen has been rising in popularity, but in terms of just a blind pick soul lane in the top lane, because of his recent buff, this is pretty solid for Concordia to pick up.
Concordia is just to me is yelling to just say like, hey, I have a Windows update and I need to reset and just completely like roll over with these carries. Like it's Jinx, Viego, Aatrox, like, and then you have a Renata as well to give them any of the like to just give the W and just like pop off with like even sure you die, doesn't matter, you come back to life and you have the damage to guarantee those executions and those takedowns, and then you finish it all off with the counterplay button of Vigar. I'm really loving Concordia. They're going extremely aggressive. They're seeing Ryerson and saying, you know what, we're going to take it to you. We're going to show that we can play some very snowball compositions, but you can also see some of that aftertaste of seeing that they really love the late game. They love the hyperscaling, and they've got their bases covered for both the early and late game stages when it comes down to team fights and for laning phase.
What I would potentially like for Ryerson to the soul lane, I was gonna say would be something big and beefy.
Sure.
Match all that engage and the Malphite gets locked in. Now, I'm personally very happy about this as a tank player. It'll probably be just a common Malphite to poke the Aatrox out of lane.
Ooh.
But, what's up?
It seems that production has told me that it is in fact not a Malphite top. It is going to
no.
be Graves top. So something that I was really wanting Ryerson to have earlier down the line is finally going to be that 5th pick. That's going kind of a counter matchup into the Aatrox, gives that potential for zoning. But yeah, I was going to disagree with you for a little bit here, Ravish, in the sense of the Malphite pick, because you look at Ryerson's comp. How much damage do you have to help really pull out on these team fights? All you have is the Ziggs. You need some damage to help pump out in either skirmishes to really get this Lee Sin rolling, to help out with around objective control, or to just help the Ziggs out, who's, yes, is going to poke and do a lot of damage inevitably, but with Concordia's composition that wants to get that singular kill and then start to ramp up from there, you need that extra push of damage to push them away from you, to disengage, and the mobility as well. So I really loves the Graves pick here, and it gives them that investment to have a lane to try and play through with the Lee Sin and potential roaming from Zillion and Leona as well earlier on.
Coco, this is why you're the color caster, because you were able to figure that out a lot earlier than I was. I was gonna notice this 10 minutes into the game, like, wait, Ryerson has no damage, and then all the gears will start turning. So, shout out to you and all that. But exactly like you said, right?
Yep.
The Graves is a pretty solid pick, but with the Hullbreaker nerfs, not exactly the absolute titan of the top lane that he used to be, but still quite good. And I think up against the Aatrox, right, with the sweet spot nerfs, should be able to trade quite evenly. But like you were mentioning, on both ends, the both of these compositions do have very specific windows what they want to play towards, and certain things that you want to make sure to accomplish. So let's go and break that down as to how these two might potentially interact as we get to the early and mid game.
Well, sure. I would really be looking for this Viego for Concordia to be prioritizing that top side, and same thing goes for Lee Sin there for Ryerson. You need to get this top lane under control, and with that Ziggs on the bottom side of the map, it sort of isolates a lot of that jungle potential to try and come in and assist, but I'm not leaving that out of a room of options. I feel like the Renata might just be that dark horse pickup where not a lot of people have really practiced against that champion just yet, and it'll come down to sort of a question of, does Concordia have the synergy and the understanding of how the pick works in their composition more than Ryerson has with being able to counteract it and diffuse it as a champion? So I'm curious on how that lane is going to work out, as well as to just sort of tie everything up in a bow. We have to like look at mid lane where Vigar and Zillion, it's just going to be a snoozer fest. It's going to be seeing who gets prio, who's able to match their jungler to help out with objective and lane pressure on the offsides, and then from there, inevitably Zillion will have to have his trigger on the finger, because that counterplay button with the Event Horizon from Vigar will inevitably one-shot a lot of his composition.
And that it gets so tough too, because if you're allowing the time for Concordia to scale, they will absolutely run over you. So Ryerson has to play at within a much shorter window to make sure that you delay a lot of the power spikes, and you're making sure that you have advantages on other lanes, right? Because as you were mentioning, things can get out of hand very fast. If let's say Concordia gets an early lead, or perhaps, Aatrox gets to do whatever he wants to, or perhaps Lee Sin gets ganked early on and suddenly can make an impact that we were potentially hoping to maybe see. But for now, I believe as of this, we're almost about ready to get into game number 1. So here's what we'll do, my friends. We'll cut it to a short break. When we come back, we'll have game number 1 for you. How's that sound, Coco? Sound good?
Sounds good for me. It gives me enough time to get the water and get ready for this action.
Sounds good. We'll see you back in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in for game number 1 in this best of 3 of the quarterfinals between Concordia and Ryerson University. Remember, winner stays alive, the loser has to go home.
That's kind of true. I don't know, maybe they're coming from remote and they just, it's just bedtime. You just go to bed. You focus on homework
You
a little
just
bit more.
sleep, yeah.
School ends a little bit earlier, and honestly, that doesn't sound too bad, to be fair. But it does mean that you miss out on a lot of awesome stuff going into the playoffs and the potential finals. But it is still Concordia, Ryerson, very strong teams. 5 wins, 1 loss amongst themselves throughout their Swiss bracket play-ins and group stages. Which means that either of these teams, they can go in with absolute fury. And I know Concordia, they came in and they stomped 2-0 domination for themselves when they were on air. And Ryerson, they came in, they were able to fight for a close game, best of 3, but weren't able to pull it out in the end. So a little bit of a redemption arc for their broadcast selves and see if they can grab a victory on stream. As it is Tapioca running Lee Sin top lane with Graves in the jungle. And this is what I was talking about the possibility of being able to flex this Graves. That Tapioca and Scum both play those kind of volatile champions. That does mean that this early game, I think it's just going to be a little bit more violent in that top lane than we'd expect.
I'm all for that. Now, Coco, I don't know about you. I haven't seen Lee Sin top since, last season, right?
Well, that's not too long ago, to be fair.
That's also true, yeah, but it's, you have to remember, I have the memory of a tiny goldfish. So, goldfish have memory spans of 4 seconds. I have it of 2. In fact, I've already forgotten what we're speaking about. But that's all that, right? With Tapioca, like you're mentioning, early training going on back and forth, especially with Lisa. Look at it pushing the Aatrox, but that's just natural happenings. Aatrox early on is the one place where you can try to maybe gain some advantages in the lane, but
yeah,
let him get level 2, and then suddenly things completely turn on your head. And of course, that self-sustain allows it to be so effective in lane.
Yeah, he does just get that self-sustain as well with the dash that he grabs up with level 2. Though, this is where that whole conversation of Lee Sin top, how much can it provide? Yes, its base damage is fairly efficient in the initial stages of the game, but his mobility is somewhat deceptive. He can't move around too much within the minions. I believe he can't even, he can dash to minions, but that gives you one room to either dip in or dip out. And if the Aatrox is able to space himself properly, where if you try and disengage, then you're in a little bit of trouble, but he actually might have to do that just now. Does force the flash early. Ragtic gets that. That's honestly a great bonus, because that is Ignite Lee Sin.
As Tapioca was looking to make some proactive plays, which I think it could have gone one of 2 ways, but Desper was out of mana too, so wouldn't be able to help to either. He's still staying around for this. Lands the Q, and the Ignite also lands down, but Tapioca is so very low. Beautiful Event Horizon. And now with the Aatrox moving in, this should be all but over. Oh, but the safeguard in, and the first blood will go to Oracle.
Yeah, it was very ambitious for Ryerson University to go for that, especially after Desper decided to recall and TP back to lane. So you're fighting a 2 versus 3 guarantee there for Concordia, which looks very great, already knowing that the flash from Tapioca is down. So that easy kill does force a lot of summoners, but it does give them that first blood, and onto Oracle as well. You can go back when you feel like it, like he did, grabs that tier, and Ionian boosts the city. Already rearing to go to try and hard shove the lane, get out, use those Predator boots to give Ragtic more breathing space on this Viego jungle to really snowball this extremely accelerating composition.
And I don't know about you, Coco. It's giving picks early on to things like the Veigar and assist to the composition of Concordia. Yeah. It's something that we spoke about the Ryerson University exactly doesn't want to do. This is the exact opposite. And so for now, I find they're going to have to find ways to slow down the game, to pace the game a little bit. Find other windows where they might want to look to move into, because you were talking about top lane contention and trying to shut down the Aatrox. And Scum so far, aside from just a little bit early pathing, hasn't been able to show himself in the lane, and I imagine we won't see him until at least level 6.
Of course. And from here, it's much more of a transition to how much priority these junglers are going to have and where they want to position themselves around the map to see how the laners are going to interact with them, due to just how that sort of early game sort of commenced. Because even though Tapioca doing a lot of damage here, he's going to get a potential flash if he looked for it, but Notorious is going to be able to dash away back under the turret safety. It would be around these objectives that would be looking for potential skirmishes. And as we see that, Potato God missed out, seeing if they can try and sniff away at this dragon, but it was Concordia with Ractic that are able to spot it and deny that, though they come in and say find a pinch here on Ractic.
Looking for the double bomb. Actually, Ractic dodges away at the exact right moment. And the Event Horizon will make sure he stays safe from this. But at least from here, the dragon doesn't go over to anybody else. I think it would be an interesting point of contention if Concordia did start early dragon stack. Because then it also forces Ryerson to be a lot more proactive in the early plays and kind of force themselves out of lane just so they don't have another win con on their hands.
Yeah, and it shrinks the window down by a good amount as well. But Tapioca not going to be able to get that dash, but does still avoid some damage against Notorious. And if I'm Ractic here, I'm saying clear my full top side, see if I can hover this top lane to just look for a counter gank and make sure that my Aatrox stays safe. And then from there, look to try and get good timings with a recall from Lair and Great Hazam to prepare for that dragon priority, though it is going to be a late counter gank option as Ryerson is on the hunt.
Tapioca's already so low! And there we go, Pops! The world ender, but Scum will at least be able to take one back, a 1-for-1. Very well worth for Concordia.
Yeah, Ryerson, even though getting that 1-for-1 trade sounds great, you get that kill onto Scum to help accelerate this Graves a little bit farther down the line. But if I was Ractic, I'd say, alright, that's okay. I'll get some extra priority here, continue to farm up on this Viego, keep even with the fast clearing Graves, and then look for that reset with this bot lane. I want this bot lane to reset right now. Like, they got it shoved out, they got it in a good place for Ziggs to sort of get baited into a freeze, but it's Desperate that's actually going to make a move to see if he can force this bottom lane away. Does think he's been smelled out just to how Lair has positioned himself on this Jinx. We've got low mana on Missed Out Zig. You got low mana on the Jinx as well. This is just a perfect point to just say hit the reset button, get that timing before the Ziggs does, and then get that priority for a potential objective pressure point.
And I find that with the Ziggs, right, you always do have what I like to think of as just your win con if the game goes late enough. Because Ziggs can just be that oppressive potentially, but instead of the side, instead of resetting super early on, they'll instead be able to play the dragon at 8 minutes, so 2 minutes off where they were potentially hoping to. But they will now finally be able to back as Scum is around the area. They'll Desperate. Just alright, you know what? That's fine, you take it. Oh, look at this. Scum doing scummy things, not giving his mid lane to the blue. Come on, man.
I don't know, he looks like he's holding it. He looks like he's holding it to me. That's a hold for sure.
I was about to say, I was like, ain't no way you're gonna
this is
invite him
taking
over
a
and not
long
give it.
time.
Yeah.
That was a long time for that. That's kind of obnoxious just because of how long it took. But like on the other end, your Oracle, see if you get Tapioca forcing the safeguard away. But that Dragon Take as well, a lot smarter than what I was anticipating with the fact that you had the Honey Fruit up to sort of give that pressure as well. But oh, we're gonna have to hold on. Potato Gods found Oracle.
They get to see the blade onto him too, but with the Event Horizon now being up, he plays for just long enough for Ratchet to get there, and he gets the Leona. Beautiful ultimate. And now Notorious Molly looking for the knockups onto one. There we go. Zillion will be able to save this jungler for a couple of seconds, but that's with the kill given over to the Aatrox.
Yeah, but that was a Jinx rocket from Concordia's side. You expected to try and look for an execute on the Oracle? Nah, same team. It's alright. We've got you covered. Getting a hit onto Tapioca instead. Notorious will be there to help clear out this fat wave that Tapioca was looking to try and improvise on. As from here, that's a free Herald. And if I'm looking at where to sort of amplify your economy, possibly look to try and pressure this mid lane, break it open, make sure Zillion sits very far back in that mid lane, or to try and hold that onto the bottom lane as well and get this Jinx online, get her out of your lane to where you can sort of change those lane assignments and start putting a nice little pressure point into the mid and really choke them down. As Tapioca, he's saying, I still have that early game base damage, Notorious. You have to be concerned about me. He's looking pretty comfy with Ractic in his back pocket.
Yeah, he's absolutely chilling, my friend, considering where the lane is currently at as well. So you can look to possibly blast Kun over. It should be 2v2. But considering there's no ultimate on their side, that's just gifted over to Ractic. Beautiful, it's kind of layup there.
Great job. Wonderful kill. And I wanted to see this a lot more, and they're getting it. They're finally dishing out 5-1 now and getting themselves close to a 2,000 gold lead between the teams. Just need to use that Herald to really break this game open now, as all the kills are onto the right points right now for Concordia. Got powerful Aatrox, powerful Vigar as well, and Ractic's Viego, excuse me, has been really reaping in on the rewards. Oracle might be in a little bit of hurt here. That's a lot of damage.
He should most definitely be dead, but we see Ractic can possibly get one back. The event horizon not bought. Okay, gets him in the final couple of seconds. The Zillion makes sure to off the resets. The resurrection will at least come through and save him. Save the one's life for now.
Saves a life, and that was very well played there from Ryerson. Their damage is very front-ended with the bombs, but they're able to secure the kill onto Oracle, who did not have any of those summoners available to disengage from there, and being able to perfectly time as well with the Zillion ulti to just get out of dodge and keep those resets from happening. Though from here, even though Oracle has been doing great and trying to react and sort of match his jungler, he's struggling in that farming department because he's been out of lane so much. ADCS 210. That is a lot of money, and you can see it now. That's the Everfrost cash in from Desper, and from there, I'm saying you got to turn the tables. You got to get out of this lane now for Brazilian. Start looking for picks. Start choking down onto this Viego, who's just everywhere on the map.
And he continues to be, but he should be dead. Takes far too much damage. Overestimating is insane a bit, considering he only has half an item. Now manages to get the Brook. That's 2 Brooks on him now. Get it? Haha. And what? I'll be before you pick. It's just given over to Ryerson.
Sort of play a little bit of happy feet in this mid lane. As you try and prepare for some priority for this dragon, which will be spawning in 40 seconds. Good vision from both of the teams to try and create that space. That's a nice double bomb stun, though, there from Desper to sort of scare Oracle away underneath his turret. Potato God's just around the corner once again. This is a possibility for a dive because you have that revive with Zillion. Here we go. Does try and fish for it just to guarantee that that recall is going to come through. So now you have that priority with this river to try and look for the dragon. But you need to pressure in a little bit more. That reset from Jinx, though, from Lair, is a little bit of a concern for me for Concordia if they want to try and fight this dragon, because you're down your Jinx, and Oracle is sprinting back. You just give this one. Say you cut your losses here, go on, continue farming, and try and use this Herald. Because you got about 40 seconds until, if not 30 seconds, until this Herald's gone. Use it. Get some money before those plates go away in 40 seconds.
Yeah. And I do mention to try to open up just mid lane as well as a possibility. I think you gotta open up top at this point. I think if Notorious Molly gets
true, you're the closest. Yeah. It's the closest lane you got, so you have to use it.
You're right. You know, I was thinking that maybe just to use it, just to get some plates and then make the and then put the whole 5 NA ram mid. But you know, I even noticed, yeah, he managed to get a ton of plates. So from here, should be able to at least open that up. Oh, right into the chompers. Will force the flash. One more. Auto, there we go. Gets the reset off. It will still die to the tower. As Scott now chasing forward onto Renata. Got one more flash on the bot lane. Ignite down as well, but Hazam will get away.
Yeah, and all while that happened, the Rift Herald did crash into that top lane turret to try and get those plates. Did get a good number of them, but is not dead. First brick is still available for the taking for either of these teams. Tapioca, he's trying to push for that. It's kind of a bait here. Notorious, at this point, with that level 10, has the Core Drinker at the ready to cash in. Just playing a little bit feisty with that Lee Sin, who is starting to slow down very fast. 0-3, not a great start for any champion, but with a Lee Sin who requires a lot of money to get those items to where it sort of keeps his damage output and his tankiness a little bit more level throughout the game as it continues on. He's looking more of like a cannon minion at the moment when we go into this next objective fight, because I'm seeing about a minute until the next Rift Herald spawns, and I'd be eyeing at that for Concordia. You need to start breaking these lanes, because Ryerson University, they struggled early on, but they've dissected you, they've figured you out, so you have to change your game plan soon.
Exactly. Check things up a little bit. Move around. Put your bot lane mid. Put your mid lane bot. That's about the most shake-up I can think of as right now. Because considering besides that they have a clear formula that they want to try to stick to, they can't do much. And more often than not, they just want to make sure that the Ziggs gets enough farm that he can at least be a source of a decent amount of DPS. Because we're talking a bit about that in terms of compositions, right? You have your Ziggs and your Graves, which will be most of your damage. That was a beautiful dash Q, by the way. Which will be most of your damage. And so far, the Graves is doing quite well. But the Ziggs, you know, 1 and 2, still needs a lot more farm before he becomes an actual threat.
And with Scum starting this early on, it does mean Potato's in a bit of trouble, is in pain.
Gets the level up. There's a chrono shift alongside solar flare, all that disengaged, beautiful, but they slowed him down for a couple more seconds. Renard with a hostile takeover as Notorious Molly's now in again. No chrono shift to save Potato God this time.
And that was a lot of resources used from Concordia University to get that kill onto Potato God, but it was also a lot of resources to try and deny that kill for Ryerson as well, to try and disengage. So that does mean this second Rift Herald of the game will be going over to Concordia, who forces Ryerson out of the jungle and back to their base, back to their lanes as well. So that's that next Herald. You could possibly look for this top turret too. I'd say, honestly, you can probably just brute force it as this Aatrox. He's got enough damage. He's scared Tapioca away, who needs to get to that Mythic as soon as possible. And at this point, it's so low, if you stay underneath it, Ractic can just dive you. That turret's gone instantly, and that Aatrox will get a 4th kill for himself. So a good call to just forfeit that initial first brick of the game. It has jumped the economy lead up to 2,500 gold in favor of Concordia. But that is not a big enough lead for this reset composition that they've made to really just blast off and just make a massive gap between them and their opponent.
Indeed, they can't Jimmy Neutron it, as they say, because for now, they'll have to continue to look for small leads like this, which Ryerson is evidently giving them. Now, let's say if they were to get into a 5v5, then things might be a little bit different. This Ocean Soul, well, this potential next Ocean Dragon that is up. So was out of Concordia. They definitely do want it. We were talking about the potential Dragon stack with the condition that they have. And the next 40 seconds, they need to find a window to establish priority around it if they are to stuff Ryerson into very tough decisions, as they are clearly not as strong as them as right now. But we see Ryerson setting up around mid, trying to see if they can catch at least one person.
See if they can push Oracle, a short-ranged Vigar, into a kill zone with Potato God. But Potato God's been found out. This is looking very bad for Ryerson.
Stuck so far. There's a solar flare. Doesn't want to use a corner shift just yet from Desperate. That's still up. There we go. Now that that is out, Notorious Molly can go absolutely bonkers on all the members of Ryerson. That's one person down so far, but that might be all they need, considering they've already wasted so many resources from Ryerson.
That's a massive damage output gone there for Ryerson University. Ooh, Scum flashes for Oracle. Could he get the kill?
He cannot so far, but the handshake as well doesn't land either. Oracle has to run away. The Event Horizon is now finally up. Meanwhile, Notorious Molly is just soloing 3 different people at the backside. Should now finally die. That's a big shutdown over to Desperate.
Yeah, and that shutdown will give a lot of gold over to this Zillion, but that first turret here for Ryerson will also fall as well. It was at the cost of that Ocean Dragon. This is looking pretty positive, though, for Ryerson, being able to get a lot of gold into their players' pockets at the cost of just 1 dragon. Though it does even up the scoreboard just a little bit for themselves economically, this is where the resets come into a little bit of play. Of saying, all right, what time are you going to look for those resets? What is the tempo of these lanes going to be? And how can you sort of keep that in control if you're looking for Ryerson to give them a breath of life back into this game? Even though it is still an extremely close match, we saw how that last fight went, where Concordia was able to find that initial pick onto Potato God and force Desper's hand early, where he didn't want to look for a Leona revive. He needed a better reset to deny that snowball. Now, Tapioca stayed a little bit too long on his visit. He's going to try and have to get out, or try and make it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, knows at this point that he's kind of 0-4, has to use the kick. But the Event Horizon, considering it wasn't up at the time, doesn't manage to get him, so he gets away and saves his flash at least. So
ooh, that's
very well worth it. He's okay. Yeah, he's fine. He's out of there. Easy peasy.
I saw that Ziggs bomb, and then I saw Oracle's health bar go down just a little bit, and gave me a piece of concern. But a good call there from Missed Out, who, no pun intended, did not get that kill.
Haha.
And, ooh, Herald up here. Desper's the only one to answer. He's got a massive clear. Says, don't worry about it. He's already on his second item, and if you're looking at itemization here and sort of checkpoints, he's way far ahead of like everyone else, but he might just be put 6 feet under. Nope, he's good to go. Speed. That's helpful with the bonus ability power, bonus ability haste as well. With that second item, just keep him alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I'm in a good safety spot.
Yeah, because considering he's just so fast, he has the extra CC, and with the corner shift, I'm sure he doesn't want to burn it this early on. But
Hi, Rectic.
Rectic might need a little bit of revive, has to heartbreak over the wall, but he's fine as Ryerson University continue to establish control of the top side.
And this game, to myself, just there's a bit of awkwardness to it because Ryerson University, in my opinion, has been playing this game and this map a little bit better in recent time. In the past 10 minutes, they've been performing better in setups, in trying to find those picks, and trying to punish and sort of manage lane assignments as well. You put Desper on that weak side, and then being able to shove out and clear bigger waves to where Scum can catch waves in mid and bot, and Missed Out and Tapioca are sort of doing the same respectively, and you're sort of managing that economy to those specific carries to maximize profits. But Concordia just has a by far better composition to skirmish, to fight over objectives, and to pressure advantages. And because of that, those small windows, even though you may think, all right, Ryerson University only had up until 14 minutes to like get a massive lead and then it's game over. Ryerson University has 30-second windows to pretty much make a play before the rest of Concordia University shows up to that scenario and then hits those reset buttons and has the damage to start executing people before anything gets out of hand. And that's where, for me, it's still a knife's edge game between these two teams, and this is just the first game of best of 3.
Which is the crazy part, right? And considering how far they've already gotten, Concordia not looking extendedly any further where they know that they can. For now, at least the Ryerson managed to get one turret back off of the two they've already gotten on the top end. Speaking of which, the Concordia actually haven't been able to return to the top side either because you see Desper maintained pressure there. He continues to stay there knowing that he's one of the few people that can possibly stay around Notorious Molly and get it alive because of things like that. So that's worked out quite well for themselves. And now at least Concordia is looking for opportunities around the map as within 45 seconds, that's soul point for them.
As the soul point, even though it's an Ocean Dragon, that feels so great for Concordia. You get that extra sustain just to stay alive a little bit longer. But same would go for Ryerson. Your low damage composition needs that bot time to get back to a ramping point. And with how Tapioca and Scum are both building a little bit more Bruiser-esque and a little bit more sustain tank focused, you'd love to have that. And they're positioning perfectly for it at the moment, trying to help get that poke in from Missed Out Ziggs to continue to solidify this mid lane priority. And then Scum and Potato God balancing that vision control. Tapioca's here. He pushed out that bottom lane. He says, I'm here. We know that the members of Concordia are spread out. Aatrox's top side has TP ready. Same with Oracle, but into bot lane. You have to be watching your flanks, though, because that Vigar comes around and cuts you off with an Event Horizon and a Baby Cage. You are as good as gone, and that fight starts immediately whenever you're not ready. And the Dragon did get started, but we're looking at this top side to see if you can get that turret before a disengage happens and see how much damage Notorious can get onto Desper. But the fight's broken out in bottom lane.
They've already started to, but considering the World End was already popped for Notorious Molly, will be definitely be a lot weaker going into the 5v5. For now, as look to move in, Raktik just wants a potential steal. That's a massive disengage. The hostile takeover goes in. The Dragon's still taken by Ryerson University. As now they want more resets. They want to try to get more, but Shazam is already down. Notorious Molly's the next target as he gets kicked back too. That could be more, but that's also Zapioca taken away. But oh, a beautiful collateral damage. And suddenly Ryerson University looks to turn things back. Oracle has to run for his life, doesn't have enough damage, but actually staying against this, he's got to get away. But Coco, he's not going to be able to. He's stuck inside his own cage, and he's locked in here with everybody else.
And what a great objective fight there from Ryerson to create that space, start the Dragon early to drag it out into a more defensive position for themselves, and then with the assistance of Desper and Potato God, create that gap against Concordia. And then after that, Concordia was pretty much good as gone. They said, all right, let's disengage. We've lost this battle. We do not need to be here anymore. But that TP from Notorious Molly sends everyone diving back in, and that loses them 2 deaths. And what a massive loss it is for Concordia in that situation. But Ryerson University takes the best and the most of it, and they're looking to try and take this game by storm. They're still down in that gold department, but the tempo is all in favor for them.
It continues to be for now. But at least with this, Ryerson University has delayed the potential. Concordia locking them into a corner, as the game will come to a little bit of a standstill as everybody goes for small bits of resets, farms up yet again, because they're all looking for another window that possibly move, and Baron is definitely the next option for these two teams.
Baron would be very tough for Ryerson University, though. Like, yes, you can have the potential to zone out and create that space for a quick dragon take, but for a Baron, that's a long investment. That's tough. You need to find pegs like this.
Zamas was definitely dead. Nice reset. Maybe he can get one kill out of it, but as a match to get it in time, it's a 1-for-1 support for support. But no. Okay. Viego stays alive. Okay, he's fine. He's fine.
Ooh. That was close for Viego, though, because of the Ziggs bombs and the minefield that he just walked through. Oracle late to the party. Sees if he can get anything there, but Desper is also sort of juggling and managing Notorious Molly at the moment. Oh, this might just be enough to take that kill. It's going to be very dangerous.
Won't land the second knockup though, but Notorious Molly pops the Hex Drinker, knock up onto 3, can't get the final slam down, but the auto, and just enough burn to get Scum. You know what? That's huge.
That's huge. That was a 2v3. As a matter of fact, a 2v4, excuse me, with Potato God, who had also died with the revive. My goodness, what a massive play from Oracle and Notorious to get those kills and just create that massive swing back. It's that small little wiggle, that small mistake that Ryerson made that Concordia is able to find. And now they're onto the Baron. They've got a quick Baron, though, especially with the Viego and the Jinx to just tear this Baron apart. Desper's going to try and find some kind of space to wiggle in. They don't have a smite to try and challenge us.
There already takes a bunch of damage earlier on, but let's move in. The bomb will not steal the Baron. But with this, now Concordia University have to all run away as fast as possible. And they managed to make it out. Ryerson, a good effort, but Concordia, a good take.
And from there, lane assignments are in question for Concordia University. How do they want to try and allocate this power play to get the most out of it? You're looking at mid. You've got massive turrets to take down there. You've got at least 2 to try and shred apart with the Jinx and the Vigar. And then you throw probably Aatrox on the side lane. He's the one that will have TP up in the shortest amount of time. If not, it'll be up in the next 10 seconds. And that's where, put that on the side lane bot lane. Get that second tier turret there. And then that's an extra increase of around 1,000 gold, if not 2,000 gold for your team. And then you can start warding up that jungle. Start taking resources away from Ryerson University and create that zone of pressure around this dragon, this soul point as well, which is spawning in about 40. Just looking to try and prioritize the river control instead. I feel like you could push up a little bit more and sort of have people delegated elsewhere in a more efficient manner, but they're still getting the job done. They're still getting exactly what they need to prepare for the oncoming fight.
It's a 5v5 setup right now, possibly one of the most important for actually both of these teams, because Soul Point and Ocean Soul would look so good on both of them. Tapioca looks to go in. Possibly try to just poke down Notorious Molly, but don't catch anything from him either. Look at Raktik on the backside getting spotted on top of Vision. So now with him and Oracle, both are Concordia's kind of split up here, Coco. This is an interesting position, but Potato Guy gets pulled in. He might be dead as one player goes out. He's gone, but look at the backside. They get another person. The Jinx is gone, but that jungler is also dead from Ryerson. What a weird split of fight, but it's very much in favor of Concordia. The flash in, the smackdown. Tapioca gets kicked away, but their own jungler is gone. What is this fight?
There's still damage. There's still damage from Ryerson University to come back into this. Notorious Molly did have his Hex Drinker get popped. Mom Mortius is down. But they have mid lane priority. At this stage, you don't have the jungler either to try and just easily take this dragon, so you have to contest them here in this mid lane instead. There's Zom with a hook, doesn't find it. But that TP from Notorious does save them their turret in the mid lane, where it was a 2-for-2 trade. A lot of members of Ryerson just dumped immediately onto Jinx, who was on her own. And then it was sort of a mirror application of Concordia, who said, oh, well, Potato got caught out. Let's just blow him up with our carries. And the resets came in, but it was just that massive damage that you had to run through that Ryerson University had, to where it just nullifies all kind of snowball potential from Concordia. And now we're here. Soul Point is taken because of how Notorious's TP comes into play. They are still in the fighting. Ryerson is still in contention to try and get this game into their hands, but they've been down every single step of the way, and they've been really fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, and these weird fights I find just don't suit Ryerson because of how ahead some of the soul laners are on the side of Concordia too. Aatrox can effectively 1v3 as long as he has his ult up, and if backed by the CC of both Renata and let's say Oracle is alive, you will lose at least 3 people. And that bodes well for nobody at all, especially not on the side of Ryerson. So they have to find an actual solid window to perhaps, pick off Renato or get Lair like they did before. But then from there, it's about converting the small lead into whatever objective you can. And as of right now, I haven't been able to get much at all. It's still the same 2 towers. As I know, both these teams will possibly look to try to get the second Baron yet up again, as it is up first in the next 2 minutes. Just the average mid control.
A lot of time to make mistakes.
He's just dead. That's bye.
Yep, he's gone. At this point, I think we're getting to a point of where Concordia University can start to clearly just sort of stamp on this game, just draft diff, because their champions are starting to outscale. They are getting the items that they need to sort of chase down kills and deny and sort of like answer the zoning potential that Potato God and Desper are trying to provide for their team. And with the danky sustained vibes that Tapioca and Scum have, you can live long in a fight, but you don't have the damage to just immediately shut out one of these squishier carries, and it's starting to show. Desper in a world of hurt. Oracle is just on the back line, ready to see if he can just throw out an Event Horizon to guarantee and solidify that kill for his compatriot. That is going to be second tier turret in bottom lane gone. First turret in mid lane is still holding strong, thankfully, due to Mist Out and Scum just babysitting it non-stop throughout this entire game. But as you had mentioned, that might not be what the sights are set for Concordia. They're just looking to have mid lane priority so they can push out, get vision, deny some of the vision that's been set up by Ryerson around this Baron's River section, and then move in and threaten that objective with the massive damage that they have with the composition.
For now, though, both of these sides will continue to try to push out whatever waves they can. The side of Ryerson, they'll take top side. Considering they actually can't match Notorious Molly anymore, I'd be very careful as to where they decide to move and split out the resources. So it seems as though we'll just have a 5v5 in the mid lane.
Well, you gotta have it. You gotta get some mid priority here. Potato God throwing out his ultimate does not land, so that's a Leona ultimate down. Notes of that one. You see Oracle on the pinch once again, flanking Vigard, pretty OP at the moment. So it's the long flank, long con here, as they're just looking to try and win this war over mid lane, just for the moment's time. Very careful, very precocious, very small steps. Oh, Oracle makes one step too far forward.
Oracle might be dead, actually, considering the burn that's already present. The collateral damage doesn't happen, and he gets away just barely. Luckily, he does have TP, but now this gives Ryerson the opportunity to push out mid and possibly move towards the Baron.
Yeah, but you have that TP, like you mentioned. Notorious can go back. So can Oracle. Just hit those TPs. Look, there's a flank TP as well on that elbow brush, right behind the red buff there for Ryerson University's side of the jungle. They're again a little too scared to try and pressure this. Again, it's a slow Baron for this team, so they don't have any way to start this Baron against Concordia, who wants to fight into them and sort of force that situation where Ryerson University just lines up for a hostile takeover, and then it's pretty much like, good night, that's it, game's done. So it's very a counteractive and reactive playstyle that they play, and that's when you start running into the situation where you get no priority in this game, and then you're having to play constantly on the back foot and in Concordia's state of mind. And it's very tough to win a game when you're playing your opponent's game and you're giving them those kind of playstyles that they want, those kind of lane assignments, those kind of pressure points. It's Notorious Molly. He's gotten impatient. He's looking for a fight.
The Event Horizon gets nobody, neither does the pull. Considering he popped the ultimate so early on, that is a big cooldown gone. The side of Concordia University, in terms of their 5v5, as it's all dark on one end. Notorious Molly still looking for a catch out. Not able to find anybody as of yet. He pops over the wall into 3 people. It's kind of dangerous, but they find a disengage with a hostile takeover. Tapioca might be dead, but runs away on the back end of it, but they want Scum. They need Scum, but Scum will not give it over to them. Nobody getting caught out, but they find time to get the Ocean Soul point. No, that's Soul, actually, from Concordia. Never mind. Wow.
Quick point, and they're able to get Potato God as well, so that's a quick parade over with the Ocean Soul sustain to get to this Baron, turn the lights off so no one knows the current HP markers. Baron, but Scum is here to try and steal. Notorious Molly and Oracle are going to make sure that he does not get past, making sure that he has to have all the credentials, all the itinerary to jump in, but they forgot about the rest of the team that's wiggled their way through River.
And now with this, all this control that they have on the backside, far too much damage taken from Notorious Molly, who will have to pop the ultimate, but isn't even given the chance to. And with him not getting Baron, that's a big silent already gone for the side of Concordia, but the Baron is what they will take quite handily. They just have to make sure to back, but this is good for Concordia. They just now have to push the lead.
With that reset power play online, Potato God sees this reward, this sort of lane management, says nope. Let's try and freeze this for Desper, so he can get that money for that potential Archangel staff that's fairly close. Hopefully he has enough money to cash in on that in the next minute, because he'll need it. He'll need that extra gold and that extra item to hold off against this siege that Concordia will run into. And here comes into an issue that Concordia has now. Even though their composition is great with objective fights, contesting, hyperscaling, resetting these scenarios, their one issue is having to rely on sort of shorter ranges for the majority of their team outside of Layers Jinx to siege up. And thankfully for them, they've got that Baron to give them that space and give them that ability to look in to this mid lane. They have to just be very careful of where they step, because that minefield will be very, very powerful and very obnoxious to deal with, but also they need to make sure that they've warded up where they're walking. So those flanks, those insect kicks from Tapioca, don't take any of those hyper carries offline and into the jaws of Ryerson.
You know what's crazy? I actually haven't seen Jinx be a factor in most of these fights.
Yeah,
which is something that I don't think that I've said often.
Yeah, and one of our huge discussion points too going into the game during the draft was sort of, was the synchronicity of applying Renata in your composition going to be more effective for Concordia, or were the understandings of being able to counteract the Renata on Ryerson University going to be more effective? Both of those players have not been very influential per se for the majority of this game, even though they're both sitting 1, 2, and 4, and 1, 2, and 9 respectively for themselves. They haven't been outshining or creating a formidable argument to really have that discussion just yet. But we've had some good hostile takeovers. We've had a couple good points where you get the resets with the injections and just like roid up your partner to get the reset. But it hasn't saved anyone's lives per se. So nothing really massive just yet. It's just a good enchanter that's really buffing up the rest of the team. And it's a hyperscaling team that's pretty much just draft diffing Ryerson University at the moment.
Ryerson University right now just hoping to face the brunt of the force that is now currently present. Concordia has looked to knock on their base. So far, not able to crack it open. But with the Baron expiring decently soon, and the Elder up in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, that is potentially where they can try to bring things back. As looking to just force down this mid lane tower, but the wave clear is just so good. Like all these Ziggs bombs are beautiful.
It's very tough to get into this. Even with that Baron power play, it is now whisked away. Vigar had been able to make his way into the bottom lane. Oh, hello. He decides to TP top lane because he saw Notorious get kicked in. Interesting call.
Okay. So
I feel like that TP was... The TP, I can understand, but it's a bit hasty. But, oh, we actually might have a fight here. It is just trying to fight their way out of the jungle. But it's not going to come to anything because you're playing on a knife's edge for Ryerson. If you step a little bit too far, you're a team that wants to backstep and react. And if you try and be proactive here, you're going to get caught in a death trap with Concordia. And it just gives more time. hit back, take all of your money, take all the resources away from you for Concordia to see if they can maximize their items and get the utmost powerful Vigar. I wonder how much AP Vigar has, as a matter of fact. Hopefully the observers can give us that information, because I feel like it's around 1200 AP almost. No, he's not even hit 1,000 yet. It's 40 minutes!
There's no way.
Oracle, man.
I mean, he has 270 farm, but this is
Oracle.
I don't know if he's farming with his W or his Q, brother, but like
I think he's farming with his W. He needs to get that 1,000 AP. He's at 955. Like, I know I'm being a little bit hard. Being harsh on the Vigar. Because it's like, I'm comparing him to like the 25, I think it was like 27-minute 1,000 AP Vigar from Bjergsen. It's like, yeah, that's a bit of a hard comparison. But 41 minutes, you gotta be there.
Yeah, like
you gotta be there.
At least like 1050, like something, because like
10,
considering
sure.
how much
I'll go
time
with
you've had in
1050.
a side lane, like it's
True.
It
Yeah.
should have been there. You had bot lane tiers, which by the way, if he actually had a TP top, they would have broken over bot tower.
They would have, yes.
Yeah. Just
I got a little distracted from the fact that it's not in the 1,000 AP Vigar. But, it's okay. First game of the series. You're warming up, and it's not like it's your one trick or anything. So don't worry about it. As this will be Elder Dragon 10 seconds. Elder Dragon is going to be pretty much guaranteed. There's not a lot of wiggle room for Ryerson to try and walk in here. They could look for a potential kill onto Aatrox and be like, all right, kill this side lane. But no, they're walking straight through mid. They have to fight this. They know they have to fight this, and they're coming into the jaws of death.
Still though, they're gonna hold the actual Zillion there, so now these can come down. Solo for it goes in. That's the Elder Dragon given away, and now coming the reset for the side of Concordia. That's the double miss now. Is gonna miss out for watching his team fall one after the next. That's the final fight for Concordia as they can now look to push the top lane.
And with this, you have no waves to answer in the immediate vicinity, so this might just be enough time to try and answer for a Nexus siege. You gotta go grab those waves, hurry them up, get them straight to the Nexus. You got 30 seconds to do so before that Ziggs gets back online to look to hold this Nexus afloat.
I think at a certain point, you gotta just tank the towers.
This is it. At this point, yeah, they're tanking the towers. They're making the right choice here.
Yeah,
This is good.
Yeah, Zillion should be able to spot the siege, you know, lay down enough wave clear, but yet again, Coco, there's no waves to move in. Zillion just far too much, so they can try to break open the mid lane at least, but they have all the above. Zillion, brother, what are you doing? Okay, he moves in, one Murado, maybe the other buff kicks in, the rocket! Okay, well, it'd be pretty nice, and the kick away. Now with a Zillion gone, yet again fighting at the 4v5. And like Overwatch, they delayed their backs, they delayed their spawns. And that'll be more than enough for them to get game number 1.
And Concordia University came in and they gave us a very strong argument for a good draft in game 1. We're able to create a good top lane pressure with the Aatrox for Notorious. The Viego got a great start with getting that first blood as well. And then Oracle, sure, struggled in the farming department for the majority of the game, though he exchanged it for that jungle mid pressure, was able to continue to help ramp up those kills, get those resets, get that gold onto his carries, and then from there we saw at the Elder Dragon everything had hyperscaled, all of the cards were lined up, and the fates laid it out on the table, and there was nothing else that Ryerson University could really do to come back into that game. A very long game, but it was a clean close out there from Concordia University.
And it continues to be so too, considering, you know, Ryerson, they were down on the back foot for the beginning of the game, could just never truly find the platform to try to step on. But Coco, I do know a platform that helps you rise to the top. Do you want to hear about it?
Potentially, but if you'd like to talk about it now, I'm more than welcome.
I mean, you know, I can go ahead and do that right now because Metafy is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. Metafy grants players private one-on-one coaching with elite coaches across a variety of games, including League of Legends. It also features a powerful replay game view tool and allows you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. Choose from the top League of Legends coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. With Metafy, you can book your sessions and instantly chat with coaches in real time or upload your past gameplay and get expert levels analysis from top players. Metafy also provides custom support for collegiate programs, so if you have any organizer at the collegiate level, reach out to them to learn how they can help you with your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. Use promo code CSL15, 15% off of Metafy.gg.
Oh, we might be seeing that promo code come into action here in just a little bit to see how the rest of Ryerson and Concordia sort of review this game 1, but that does mean we are going to be taking a little break to prepare for game 2, so I think without ado, Ravish and I will go ahead and give that for us as we will be back in just a little bit.
And welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen. This summer League of Legends action right here on the NACE. Ravish, Coco the Dragon. Y'all know what it is, bro. Coco, we are almost in the game number 2. Before we get into that, game number 1 between Concordia and Ryerson was a interesting affair of events.
It was interesting, mostly due to the fact that I feel like Ryerson actually played the early and mid game a lot better than Concordia. However, it was more Concordia's just massive draft diff with stronger picks and just the correct grabs at the right time of catching out Ryerson University, trying to bite off more than they could chew. That really gave Concordia that space to get to that hyperscaling reset composition death house that they really needed to take that game. So from there, it gets into this second game for myself where I'm sort of like a Ryerson fan of like, all right, you can play these very wacky picks of the Lee Sin top lane fairly well, though very risky in your own right, I need to see something that is either wacky and sort of synchronizes well with each other, or I need something that's a little bit more old, traditional, cut and dry. Because remember, it's a best of 3. Your life's on the line. This is match point for you. So you have to create a very strong argument to get into Game 3 and get yourself a fighting chance to win out and get into the playoffs here. Where Concordia, they just need to outdraft again. It's just draft if me again, show me something very OP, and I've got the trust that you'll be able to just outscale and win it for me. So this is how it will be as we jump into the second pick and ban phase of the night.
Exactly that, right? Considering Ryerson, I feel like to change things up a little bit. As right now, the Concordia having the same sort of having the same initial bans that they had previously, and I imagine Ryerson shouldn't change things up too much, unless they look to ban the Jinx. But the Jinx wasn't too much a factor last game, so maybe the change of the Aatrox ban might be in order.
Yeah.
But so far, nothing out of the ordinary.
Maybe. I don't even think you need to change any bans. It's just that you need to draft a composition that's a little bit more healthy in its own right.
Yeah.
Like you didn't have that much damage to try and fight those skirmishes. I think like Desperate played the Zillion well, and Scum played the Graves well. Tapioca was the one that sort of got the short end of the stick and had to deal with being Lee Sin, losing his life early, losing his lane very early, and then the rest of his team sort of just like left him out to die for the majority of the game. However, with that Jinx pickup here, it's again rinse and repeat. You could go for a salty run back if you'd like for Concordia. Ryerson University, this is where you can start getting a little bit more spicy. It looks like with this hover, their preferences are liking to go bot, potential jungle, look in for a mid lane flex or support, and then from there see how their solo lanes can sort of manner about, or how they can clean out their or hold that final pick for top lane. So to that end, if you're going Ashe here immediately, you need to pair a pretty formidable support as well to make sure you create that zone, that strong pressure. And Braum might just be the option to do just that. All right, Freljord bottom lane for us, Ravish.
Let's go. I mean, you were talking about creating zone pressure, being formidable, being healthy. I think all
Healthy,
3 of
true.
these words is what describes Braum. This guy truly is the heart of this team, potentially. But for other, we'll see what the response might be from the side of Concordia, as Ryerson have offered a lot of slows and potential for creating picks. So Concordia gonna need some other solid options to go into it, and that's the Renata on their end.
I don't know if that's the right choice here, because Braum has some of the best early game stages in the support, and can jump onto a minion wave, immediately get concussive blows onto Renata or onto Jinx, and that Renata is going to have to start to play very defensive early on to survive this lane. I'm not too sure how the Braum and Ashe combo are going to deal with the Jinx Renata in a sense of like full-on intrusion, but that's sort of my perspective. Is man, that Braum can just throw for a wild ride. It's just a question of how much damage can really get directly applied onto Braum's target with Ashe, and how Renata and Jinx can sort of manage that. As all of that had been cleaned through, Oracle says, you know what, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm going to show you can get to 1,000 AP quicker. So we're going to go with the Vigard. Yeah, we're looking for that 1,000 AP pretty early on this time around, because that's where you get to feel the actual onslaught of the Tiny Master of Evil. As Gragas, something that was kind of hovered in the ban phase during Ryerson last game, is actually going to be grabbed up here, and that could be another top lane jungle flex.
And this is interesting too, because we were talking about all the other potentials that can come in, right, for the side of Ryerson if they want to keep Concordia guessing. The Gragas has been a pretty solid pick in the top lane, especially into picks like Renekton. That could be quite impressive. Or maybe into Aatrox too. He wouldn't do too bad. But as the bans come through from Concordia, they do manage to bed away a lot of the jungle options that were taken by Concordia, that were taken away previously alongside the Viego and the Olaf. But I was looking at the Akshan to see if they might ban this, because this one was such a good pick into Gragas.
It is such a good pick. And actually, I was just doing a little bit of snooping here too. Gragas is actually not that strong in Aatrox either. You may think that initially, like, you can sort of use yourself to disengage and provide some pressure to slow down the Aatrox's advance, but perhaps that's just not the case. You don't have the tools to not only just push him away from you, but you also need the tools to get away from him yourself and create sort of that double space that's needed. And Fizz. Okay. Fizz min into Vigar. I love that. That's something where it's like, all right, your actual kit does counter that matchup, and you can really take this mid lane for a whirl. And Concordia saying, all right, well, we got to finish off top lane and jungle here. We need something that can either sort of mediate this mid lane so it doesn't get completely off the ground, and we also need a top laner that needs to start to create some kind of priority or some kind of accessibility to create fights. And that's not an option for me, but it is a pretty good side split option. Trundle jungle though is going to be great to help mediate that mid lane. Does clear fairly efficiently, and with how the composition at the moment for Ryerson University is, you get to steal some stats away from that beefy front line and make it a lot easier for Jinx and Gwen to whittle away and snip up that defense line that Ryerson University has. I'm looking for this counter pick here. They have all of the tools in the kit.
Cole, here's
This
what I'm
could be a
thinking.
Gragas top. It could be a Gragas jungle. I'm still holding on to it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, I was thinking this might have been the Trinity lock-in previously, and that they
Sure.
were hovering. So this could have been the best flex for Concordia to put the Trundle top and then the Gwen jungle. But it is the
We haven't heard
Jace.
from production though. That's the only bait for me. Is like if production had told us that Gragas was indeed a Tryndamere, then that would be such a great argument there.
Mm-hmm.
Though the silence tells me that's not the case. That Gragas was more of a flex than anything, and they wanted to see what that final pick for Concordia was going to be to initialize whether they wanted that Gragas top or if they wanted to use that counter pick. As Jace, strong pick, something to play through, does fairly well for the most part, as production has confirmed. Yep, the silence was indeed true. You do not need to worry. It is going to be the Gragas and Jace, which Jace, very strong into the Gwen. Ranged harassment, good melee disengagement. I again feel like I'm going to bite myself. Like I'm going to eat my own foot is a better saying for this one. Of like, I want this Gragas and this Trundle to sit top mid and just camp the crap out of these two snowballing lanes, and then just blow this game wide open and just leave bottom lane alone. Because the interactions that'll happen between Renata and Braum and Ashe, you're either going to jump in on that Trundle where you're going to have no engagement whatsoever. Braum's going to put his wall up. He's going to concussive blow you. Tap, tap, tap. Ashe stuns you. Goodbye. Or the same thing there for Gragas. Even though you get the belly slam in, it doesn't matter. Renata just grabs you and pushes you away, and then that movement speed will sort of do the rest of it, and you're not going to be able to sort of manage any more engagement. So for me, it's again top mid focus here for these teams early on, and then get that pressure in mid lane for Ryerson specifically this game to guarantee early dragons and then snowball from there.
Because you did see how previously early dragon priority was a way that we saw Concordia snowballing early on, and although Ryerson managed to deny it for a little bit by getting two, but simply not playing on their favor. But you mentioned before, the mid game seems to be so solid from Ryerson, and consider they have their macro lane assignments down. The draft already is a little bit better, but all we can do for now is hope and pray, and maybe we'll see that if we go to game number 3. But for now, we'll lead over to the teams to get ready to pop in the game. We'll cut it to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2 for y'all. In number 2, now on the horizon for Concordia and Ryerson University. Remember, only one of these teams can move on towards the bracket. And the other, as Coco has mentioned, will probably just go to sleep and get a snack or something. I don't know.
Doesn't sound terrible in the short term, but remember it's the long term. It's all the cash prize, all the massive glory, and also a great argument for those teams that like in the collegiate system either don't have that school backing, they're just a club, or maybe they do. Having that victory in the NACE Starleague and making it to playoffs can carry a lot of weight coming into next season of trying to see if you can get more support and helping out the scene and improving not just your team but the ecosystem within it and that surrounds it and supports it. So that's sort of what is on the line for these teams and pulling out that victory. And that's why we want Ryerson University to see if they can take this to a game 3. But they're up against a tough bout. Concordia University, they didn't do as massive of a draft diff this time, but it's got some strong answers. They've had some strong performances, and this might be the first game 2 that we really get to discuss how influential the Renata Glask can be in this game.
This is interesting too because we've also seen other variations of what to go on Renata as well. Last game we saw, I believe it was Australia's, right? People that tried to play
Australia's Guardian.
People that try, lock it, right? I think she's so weird. I think Shirley is the most common option because the speed up alongside her I believe you called it just the nitrous or all that boost that you get is quite nice, but otherwise I'm not too sure as to which really fits in terms of role as a support, honestly.
Yeah. We'll have to see if we do get any answers, if we're able to talk to some later on, if they do pull out the victory, or we'll have to continue to rely on statistics and statistics alone as these initial clears come out. Nice scouting from Missed Out, though. That's a great scout. You know all the clears, you know he hasn't cheated anything, he just walked over. You also check that he hasn't done the chickens as well, so the raptors are still up with that scout. So that's a lot of information for Scum and the rest of Ryerson to work on. That could also mean that you get some extra pressure for Tapioca and Desperate to say, all right, push out quickly. Let's get that early harassment. Now we can drop our wards down and we can collapse onto this Scuttle, which is going to be spawning in about 15 seconds. So you get that mid and top lane priority. And Ractic, at that point, you know you're spotted. You either have to be extremely quick and get immediately onto that backline or into a lane, or you forfeit that Herald, or that Scuttle, excuse me, and you go to the bot lane and do that focus. But here we see this weird amalgamation of a loop around, long loop from Ractic, as Scum had looked for the gank, puts a question mark, he doesn't know where Trundle is, all that information is lost.
And as he looks to move in, Trundle's level 3, that's a pillar down. And remember, Gwen is immune, so no damage will come forth to her as Gragas speeds on over. But Tapioca should most definitely be dead. One more auto, the slowdown might be enough. The E's not up yet. 3, 2, 1, first blood. Giving over to Concordia along with a second. That's a solo kill too.
And that was so great there from Concordia University. Even though I had hyped up all that information that Missed Out had just applied, if that was not relayed, or they just disrespected the intel, you get exactly what had just happened. Ractic takes the long investment, loops around, makes for a more riskier path, and something that's non-traditional, and because of it, he reaps massive rewards. 2 kills for his team already, and with Oracle, who's able to hold his own against this comp, against this Fizz as well, hasn't really lost too much against him. It means you got a very comfortable situation for Concordia to situate themselves around, as the first dragon would spawn in 30 seconds, and I'm thinking you don't need to worry about it. I need kills on the board here for both teams. I need money in the pockets.
You know, I don't like that we live in such a materialistic world, Coco.
True.
I'm allowed to accept it. As Oracle has to flash away. No money from his end. Just simply a summoner gone.
That's fine for me. Even though that flash, you got that timer for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Say, hey, let's try and see if we can manage that wave a little bit better so Scum and Potato God can come in once again and win that priority over for themselves. And both these teams this time, too, have really good objective pressure when it comes to trying to either push the opponent away from that quadrant or from that river point. And with Oracle pushed up this forward, I would say Scum. You don't have boots just yet, but honestly, with that flash, you could look for a kill here. Same with Potato God. Ractic's coming in on time. Desper trying to fight
Oh,
that's
has to afford the flash shot. That was solid considering the playful trickster was not up yet. That would have been another 4 seconds until then.
Yep.
Which, by the way, I love Fizz so much, and I'm very happy that he's being played. Although under interesting circumstances, but makes my heart happy, Coco.
I think it's still a good pick because you have a lot of damage that you can just immediately dump onto squishy characters of both Jinx and the Vigar, respectively. You can also technically kill a Gwen in sort of that mid-game place where she doesn't have that much either health or sustain, or she doesn't have that kill capability to blow you up just as quickly. So, to that end, it's just having to play with your team. Don't try and make these solo plays as much until you get that confidence boost where you're just massively ahead of your opponent economically, and then you can be a little bit more reckless. But the fact that this disconnection from the mid and jungle and that Raktik has just been on point with these calls is just the big difference.
You get a slam down under the tower as Raktik takes one swing, turret shot has to go away. That fly turret shot does too much, he gets the double kill. Okay, but finally died due to the minions. But Tapioca get the better end of that.
That is such a great pick for Tapioca, being able to get both of those kills for the price of one and no turret plates lost as well. And look at where the lane is going to be crashed to. Perfect. In a freezed position. And Notorious Molly would have to either sacrifice that teleport priority to get up there immediately to break that, or at least have the chance to try and break that freeze that is being set up in favor of Tapioca's Jace. But after that botched dive of a play for Concordia, I'd be shaking my head a little bit. I'd say, all right, you know what? Let's take a breather. Let's slow down. We did great. We achieved it. But just a moment of a reprieve to prepare for the next objective, to look at this mountain dragon in a moment's time and give some space for Notorious and Tapioca to fight it out amongst themselves.
Just continues forward with small wins given over and off the side of Ryerson because his lane can't get set up. I will try to hold my point, but concussive blows are all on Hazem as they expire. The Guardian gets popped as well, so I don't think they want to go for a dive here too. They are 5 and 6, and Ash still doesn't have the arrow. That's pretty close to it. Instead of move over to the dragon.
Yep. We'll go ahead and start this dragon up for themselves. Same strat, you know, you have the Honey Fruit. Honey Fruit is able to help out with guaranteeing some additional health and mana to gain that advantage. As the jungle of Scum is on the top side of the map, already looking at Herald instead. And that's a slow Herald. So if Raktik and Hazam, who are both walking up to this mid lane, do smell any blood in the water, then this Gragas is as good as dead, but he might just get out in time. He doesn't have the Empowered Smite. Might be just enough. Oh, Ash Arrow! Hello. That might be what they needed.
Okay, that's quite nice. And as look locking down, he goes in the event horizon. Oh, it comes up at the exact right second. Good collapse from Concordia.
Yeah, great collapse from them, and that was the risk that Ryerson University decided to take of saying, you know what, like, we're just going to see if Scum can sneak this Herald away on his own. Yes, he did, but at the price of his life. And even with that Ash Arrow that did connect onto Raktik and sort of delay the advance, that Predator Boots from Oracle, well, wasn't popped, so he just sort of walked in and got the kill for himself with the assistance of Huzam, who got the great pull hook. As, ooh, this might be the kill we're looking for.
There's a painful structure. One Marauder, the Ignite should finish him off. And there we go. Desperate with this solo bolo in the mid lane on the Fizz too, baby. Okay, let's go. We popping off.
It popping off with one kill, and might be able to have enough money to push here. At like 58 CS to 78, 20 CS differential. That's a lot of money that this Fizz has. And I'm thinking at this moment, you might have enough to get Lost Chapter. Go back, grab Lost Chapter, or potentially, what's the other? I keep forgetting what that empowered one is that builds.
I don't know what it's called.
It's
but
the one
I
that
know
builds into Proto Belt.
Proto Belt, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the one that built into Proto Belt. It's the augmented. It's the augmenter of some kind. But he decides to go Lost Chapter instead. Tapioca, Scum, saying, let's see if we can break this turret. At least get some more gold. That's 2 plates already gone for Tapioca. That's a lot of money for him. And making it 2, Scum will guarantee get money. Oh, decides to get 320 instead. Tapioca did not decide to auto attack the turret to participate in getting that gold distribution. That's a lot of money to catch up. Potato God is here as well. So this is a lot of resources invested from Ryerson University. They need to get a kill, they need to get a turret, and they need to do it fast.
Explosive cast is already gone, but so is that miss. So Gwen will not be immune so long as she's caught in the middle of the glacial. The healing is good enough, but the exhaust is down, but she's under tower. Tapioca should be dead though. One more shot, but he lives. Minions, maybe. Okay, Oracle gets it. That's fine. That's a triple kill for Oracle.
Massive triple kill as well. So much gold pumped into this Vigar, who's going to go a little bit tanky with that Everfrost pickup. And oh, Ash Arrow is... Nah, that's not going to matter. Doesn't matter. Too low, too beefy. And with that triple kill, it's almost a mirror result of what had happened with Tapioca in the top lane when that two-man dive did occur. That's a massive amount of gold in favor of Concordia, jumping them up to 18.6k. It still is that kind of economy lead where they're struggling in the farming department on all fronts. They are down except for Ractic on this Trundle, who is up 25 CS to his counterpart of Scum. And that's really the only difference and reason why Ryerson University is keeping the markets so close to each other. And that's where I myself would say you need to get to these mythic items as soon as possible. The first one has already been cashed in by Tapioca. You need to double down on that now. See if you can get this Jace some kills and some pressure on the side lane, because this whole Gwen versus Jace scenario is going to be about that, about the side lane pressure around objectives. And he's doing such a great job. Look at that damage he had just applied onto Notorious. If he had a Gragas here to help guarantee that kill, the lane for Ryerson University would be blown wide open.
So far for now, they're doing a good job of at least making sure that they don't get, just super stuffed another day previously. I do like the Kisses topside focus. We were talking about this before in Trap. We wanted to see a lot more of this. But Scum has actually decided that perhaps it's time to pay attention a bit more to the bot lane. Looking for potential play there, considering the Dragon is up in 50 seconds. Notorious Molly is just getting bullied with Tapioca. Bit too far forward. There's a snip. The second heal should come out. It gets a slow, and it is just so easy.
Oh, but what's happening bottom lane? I see Fizz onto a target. Layer is in trouble.
Oh, that's... Wait, did it both just dead like that? That was fast. Wow.
That was very fast. Very well played there from Desper's Roam to try and get something on the board. These evens up the scoreboard just a little bit, and now it's a race to see who's going to get first break. Notorious Molly and Ractic versus Scum and Missed Out. Trying to struggle to see if get it. Looks like Missed Out and Ractic, Ryerson University, are going to be the victors on this one if they try and push out a little bit farther, but it's so close. Notorious and Ractic are also very, very close to finishing out as well, but it's those turret plates. It's still 13 minutes in, and honestly, this Hextech Dragon, I agree with this call here from Ryerson University. Doesn't matter about these turrets anymore. Take this Dragon, go ahead, hit the reset, and see if you can get back on a better timing onto the Rift than that of Concordia University, so you continue to try and pressure kills.
With this continuing forward so far, I find that at least with Ryerson, this is a lot of what we saw out of them in the previous game as well. Once it got around to the 13-14 minute mark, that this is where we really saw their overall team play and the composition shine as well. And if this is what we are to expect more of them as the game continues forward, they have a real chance of evening up the score. Now, to be fair, Concordia still do have that 2k gold which you saw previously, but it's not so egregious that they can't necessarily find advantages, because last time we saw how almost nobody was able to bring things back or had any sort of significant leads besides Scum. Now the Graves, you couldn't do a ton, but Desperate as of right now is becoming a real threat to every single member on Concordia.
Oh, of course. And that was the whole question of how quickly this Fizz can get online, right? Of you got a squishy composition of an Oracle and a Layer, and if you get to the point where you are doing enough damage to obliterate Notorious Gwen, then, well, you can control every single point of the Rift. And we haven't seen Desperate go up to challenge this Gwen just yet. It'd be very tough to do so. So at this point, maybe it's just isolate the Gwen, see if the Jace can continue to just sort of mediate it and allow that to happen, and see if you have the better 4v4 scenario throughout the rest of the game. So far, they've been doing great, but they are still in a interesting pinch here. Ractic tries to jump in. This could be a fight that looks appetizing for the side of Concordia. There's the TP. Here's the fight.
TP down. The Gragas might be dead before he even gets to the Scum flashes away and dash over the wall, but a Potato got in trouble as next we Missed Out. Going over to the other side, though, it's a fight on two different ends. Tapioca, the Ignite is on him, so he knows he has to kind of disappear for the fight, and it'll be a 1-for-1 by the end of it.
1-for-1, but also think of where the pressure is going to be applied for either team. Ryerson University is blinking health bars for Tapioca and Scum respectively, so they're going to have to hit the reset button and catch that top lane wave, while Desper is still on the hunt. Can he blow up Ractic?
I mean, he should be able to. There's the E down,
That's
W,
easy.
bada bing, bada boom, but I don't think Notorious Molly wants this fight. There's no ultimate on the Gwen. And even if the Fizz being able to just simply auto-attack you, to be 1-for-1, the healing's not enough. And look at that, the bounce back and forth. And Desperate should not get away from this. What? He will survive long enough to maybe get one more? He's just so annoying. How is he still alive? Oh my god. And he almost managed to get 3 kills. And look at the collapse on Ryerson.
Oh my goodness. Desper is just taking this game and making it his own. 6-1 on the Fizz, and he almost gets 2 more kills with how low Layer and how low Oracle we're getting. That was such a bleak moment, as you can see now. He is the power carry. 7,000 gold in his pocket alone. Miles ahead of the rest of his team. But that shows how potent this Fizz can be and how quickly he can take this game over and try and win a lead back for the rest of Ryerson University. The whole world is on his shoulders at this moment, and he may be able to carry it. The only question is if Concordia University can think of a plan, think of an answer to get this Fizz under control, because the more time is wasted away, the more he gets kills on the side lanes and in these odd skirmishes in the jungle, the more time the rest of Ryerson University has to scale up, get to their items to where Ash and Jace can start to obliterate opponents, and how Scum and Potato God can start being tanky enough to withhold the onslaught that is Concordia University.
And we saw his utter death for last game as well, although not able to do a ton due to just how the Zillion is. But now that he has all this kill threat too, like you mentioned, Coco, side lanes, nobody is safe when no Aatrox try to battle against him. You will have to send down the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force if you want to try to get desperate. As Azam is not slowed, and that's the path to Australia is just to get away.
Just a little bit of danger sense there. Dragon in 40 seconds. There's a lot of time for Concordia University to sort of get themselves back into a point of contention with vision control and the like, especially with this mid lane priority. They're hunting for it. Can they find a catch? Potato God's in trouble.
Larry, lock him down. He should be dead. One more auto. The flash away. He blocks it, but the final scissors connect and cut the big man down in half. No more mustache hairs for you. That's a double kill. Notorious Molly as he get the mid tower.
And that's just going to be enough. 20 seconds on both death timers and 10 seconds on the dragon is going to be the grab for Concordia University. They get the turn in mid lane as well, but Desper playing with fire. We've seen him in these situations before, 3v1ing. This one's looking a bit deadly, looking a bit too ambitious. He's going to call it off, catch the wave instead, and hold on, as 2,000 gold has broken in the difference between these teams. Concordia University now in a more formidable favor. I have to get these side lanes under control to see if they can continue advancing on that lead.
Coco, it's like getting flashbacks.
True.
It seems as though that the exact same situations are happening once more. And the Dragons as well, taking the exact same order we saw last time as well. I don't know about you. Can you pinch yourself to get out of the Matrix? I've never been here before. I don't think you can.
Usually you have to just you have to pull a couple cords, and it's straight out of the back of the head for that one. And to be honest, you're going to be needing more than just cords to be pulled for Ryerson University to get this game back into a sense of reality. As Potato God once again falls, Ractic being able to use the pillar to guarantee that connection. These side lanes, this is what Concordia wanted. Freeze them out, make it to where Desperate doesn't get any kind of opportunities to get kills, and then play through those carries, play through the catches that Ractic and Hazam can create.
And Desperate truly is the Neo Ryerson, where everybody else is Morpheus looking to enable him as much as they can. The question is, Neo by himself, there's only so long he can be successful when everybody else just kind of runs away from him at this point. And with him not being there, if they keep finding these picks over and over from Concordia, stopping themselves in 4v5s just only bodes better for themselves. And that's dragging all the way up in the next 3 minutes. There might be the option, which we did see Concordia go for decently early on. It's only 20 minutes, so I think they might just look to fire him up, if anything.
I would honestly be looking to try and break this bottom tier 1 turret just to get it off the table, get some extra gold into whatever side lane you're preferring. You've got TP up for Notorious Molly. Like, go back, let Gwen be down there, get the push, and then put Vigar up there to just sort of bounce the waves back and forth. Or to put him in mid lane, as Rift Herald has been dropped. Scum, they will break this tier 1 turret, but will they push too far? All members of Concordia University are collapsing. This will be a 5v4, a 5v5 to fight for this second tier turret, or at least to challenge it. It will not, as Ryerson University is a bit scared, knowing that everyone else's heads are not accounted for. Trying to bait all of Concordia into Desper's jaws, into the shark pit. As here's the catch onto Ashe. Might force the hand.
To move down, they already get Scum, but look who's here is Desper. Has to use the E right away, but the reset not there. Has to go ahead and pop the Zanias too, and so he will die from that, only managing to get one. And suddenly Concordia University come out on top. Raptor wants to push this further, but look at Notorious Molly trying to catch out 2 more. They're inside the baby cage, and they get put in their place. That's a double kill once again for Notorious Molly.
And it is so difficult to try and get kills now for Desper. I see there's that Aegis as well, already grabbed up from Oracle for that extra defense, and for the Merc Treads as well. So much magic resist on top of that Vigar. And Jinx was not there either, so the only viable option was Hazam's Renata Glask. Does get the kill, but at the price of his team and at the price of Baron power play going the way over to Concordia, which is a great timing. You've got 3 minutes to use it, and you've got 90 seconds until Dragon. This is a perfect time to use that initial 90 seconds to push out bottom lane and mid lane, get Vision in their bottom jungle, take that initial tier 1 turret in the bottom lane as well, and then force 2 lanes with 4 members in one member split pushing that bottom side and getting that extra gold into their pockets for their next item cash-in. And they're deciding to vote for Oracle, who has those 2 needlessly large rods. I'm looking at a Rabadon's death cap within the future, within this Baron power play. As they look to try and pressure that advantage, Desper is trying to counteract with some guerrilla warfare.
He only has 200 stacks. He has 480. Now bear in mind it's 22 minutes. And he's, of course, building a lot more resistances, as well as be noted. So, 200 stacks so far. We'll keep track of that as you go forward. But like you mentioned, playing in and out of vision, but with him finally getting spotted, I believe at the point of guerrilla warfare, Potato God is dead. That's a slow onto 1, continuing forward. But yeah, this is bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, Potato God's not having a good game at all. 0, 6, and 6, and not to mention missed out 2, 0, 0, and 3, and this is where, at that point, with how Potato God's been performing, I'd say this is a good little litmus test for Hazam, who's played this Renata Glask twice this series, 2 games for 2, and this game around has started to make some better impressions. It's not a very flashy champion, to say the least, but has been able to stay away from death long enough, and has been landing very decent hostile takeovers as well this game too. Has been able to turn the tides at good points, and also to guarantee kills with it and force that extra time to tick down to deny Ryerson University any sense of advance. I will ignore that as Ryerson University trying to take hold and escape from what is the members of Concordia.
Oracle is just dashing on with the Predator, but Scum also has that on his end. So they will not be able to catch him, but at least to force a TP from Tapioca. I don't know if they should be aware of that as of right now, but they're all moving up to the Baron here, Coco. It looks like a potential like 5v5, but I think Concordia don't want the smoke currently.
No, I don't think they want that. And this is a weird place where Ryerson University has tempo control because of the recalls that Concordia come in. Also, you have 20 seconds until this Baron wanes away. And Oracle's in trouble, actually. You got 3 members collapsing down on you. You've got maybe a flash to help you survive for a little longer. At this stage, seeing 3 members up here, go do something else, Concordia.
It could be quite tough. Scum is quite low, but Oracle should have the baby cage up in a couple of seconds.
Oh, it's 4 people over
here. Yeah, but he's just stuck in the middle of everybody else, and there's not much more he can do besides die.
Yeah, but look at all the time he bought. Look at mid lane. Lair and Hazam are on this turret. Desper could look to try and challenge here, but there's a lot of ultimates down to try and fight them back. That's a lot of damage, but here we go.
The hostile taker does not work either, but Desper actually manages to get the kill, which is quite nice. Potato God, ooh, barely dodging out of the rocket, but at least the second mini rocket will get the pick.
Yep, guarantees it because of the maneuvering that Potato Cod decided to go for. That's a lot of damage from Tapioca. They're looking for the dance. They're continue to try and find these kills. They're fishing for them.
That kick should be slowed, has to force the flash.
Ooh.
A layer as well, taking all that chip damage. The Jace at almost 4 items definitely hurts a lot on your squishies. So it'll force Concordia away for now.
Just a bit of a reprieve, forcing those recalls back. It's Tapioca pushing this wave, going to crash it against the tier 2 turret, and looking at how sort of the waves managed at the moment. Top, bot, mid, all kind of in little frozen states in favor of Ryerson University at the point to where they can like at least push out past their river and try and prepare for this Baron, which is spawning in about 1:40.
Yep.
100 seconds to pass, and though you can move out now, the next sort of situation or scenario is like, well, you need to defend that vision. You need to defend this side lane pressure that you have. Notorious Molly and Desper are going to go at it against one another. Can they get the kill?
The
And
Ignite is
Desper
already
escaped.
popped alongside the Ignite. He flashes over the wall, but stay alive.
Hello?
Seems though both mid lanes are being collapsed upon at both ends. He gets one out of it. The hostile takeover will not land, but at least the kill. Oh, he's taunting them, and he gets away. Oh! Okay, we're fine. Everything's
Ooh.
fine.
Everything's fine, but that's a Zanya's down, a flash down as well, and Oracle getting the 1-for-1 trade top lane. All that said and done, Concordia has fought their lead back, has fought their tempo back into their favor, and Notorious is going to go ahead and take this turret with the assistance of Ractic. It's a lot of damage just battering down on that turret. Those very small paper mache turrets as they are give a lot of local gold, and now it's a quick sprint back to mid lane. You don't want to leave Lair and Hazam unattended for too long. That's where the rest of Ryerson University can get a little bit spicy. But with that turret down, we are now at around a 5,000 gold difference in favor of Concordia. And bounties are available. So now, if we get some steals, if we get some checks on the board for Ryerson University to get some kind of structures, they can start to swing this back. But this is really the biggest lead we've seen between these two teams in this series so far. It's been close to 2,000, 3,000 gold differences, and once it got to the late game, like 40 minutes in for Concordia, that's when they really blew the game wide open in game 1. But this is a lead that you can actually work with, that you can gain that advantage and keep that advantage for a long time to guarantee the win. Just need to find the proper setup and be patient. You don't want to walk into a Desperate Fizz when you don't need to.
See, it's only dark on the bot side for both these teams. Only a couple of wards there, but that should be the catch on Renata. Hazam should be dead, but yeah, but he gets immediately blown up. But Notorious wants to make sure they try to even things as Potato God dead once more. The trade support for support. And Concordia are A-okay with this.
Completely okay, because they get the dragon and mid-priority. Not to mention, they could look for the Baron too in a few moments' time once the Psalm is back up and once they get
Soul.
ultimates available. It would be Soul. It is Soul. It is Cloud Soul though. So this is where it's like, all right, how effective is it? Oh, hold on, Notorious Molly's in trouble.
Okay, he goes golden for a couple of seconds. It's trying to delay for the team. As if he more than enough. Both Zoni's popped out. Storm is dead though. And now they can look to move to get possibly Desperate. If they get him, then they can at least move him from mid tower. But look around, they don't find him as he's backing.
And with that, they will be getting this second tier turret, looking to try and peel Desperate away. Lair is exhausted. This is looking very good, huh?
Lands the pillar down. Rat Kick wants to get him so badly, can't move in, but is more than tanky enough to get the 2v1. All that damage given over. Turtle's a big boy. It's a double kill. Make that a triple, baby. He gets a 3-piece combo, and now they get the Baron too.
Yeah, they'll grab this Baron, and with the Trundle, it's going to be a little while because you only have Vigar too to try and do like quick bursts of damage. And Scum is available in 1 second. He will be up. They know they are on this Baron. There's the TP that I'm looking from Notorious. He'll jump in, he'll dash in, and that's the killing potential for this Baron that they really needed to guarantee this before Scum shows up to try and take this for a potential steal. Oh, he might get there in time with the Predators. Could be risky, very risky play. He needs to be very cautious. Oh, no, he got stunned.
No, he's dead.
Dear.
There's just absolutely no way. Yep, all that stun and that damage will for surely secure the Baron once more. Concordia firmly and thoroughly in the driver's seat. It is now all about just making sure that they take it home. You could say we're in the end game now, Coco.
We are in the end game for sure here, as it is a Gargoyle Stone Plate on Oracle's Vygar.
I love that.
Because you need it. You really do. When you're playing something that is like, all right, well, Zanya's will buy me time, but it won't buy me the necessary time. Well, it won't buy me the necessary time. Mostly because it's like, oh, wow, I'm vulnerable. I can't do anything for 2.5 seconds, where it's like, boom, I have 100% bonus health and I can move around. Sure, I lose damage output for a little bit, but that doesn't matter. You just need to survive long enough to where that burst from Desper goes offline and whittles away. As we will continue to look at the rest of the team. Mauve Malmortius was bought by Lair. Same sort of thing, but a little bit more on that aggressive side. Doesn't really want to lose that lack of damage for that massive boost of survivability, as Oracle more of has the privilege to do so. And at this moment, with how Concordia is maneuvering themselves around the map, they're looking to end through bot once again to mirror success from game 1. Try and break this game open. Notorious Molly, great push onto the mid lane though. This is looking to be, once this turret's down, once this inhibitor is down, it is a transition back to the team fights and to try to break this game open. Oh, Ryerson University's hitting the go button though.
Yeah, they want to try to stop this, but Notorious Molly has far too much backup. Such a sexy CC chain, and they just get torn apart. They being Concordia, because the fight is going horribly wrong for them. Oracle does not have his ult up at all. And look at Desperate bobbing and weaving in between the entire fight. But Concordia know they gotta run away. Tapioca's here. Everfrost doesn't hit. Lands him down, but will not get him. But he's stuck inside the baby cage. Where you gonna go? The answer is back to your base, because you get out of life.
Yeah, quick happy feed from Tapioca, and with the flash dodges the Everfrost of Oracle's Vygar. And a quick review of how that fight sort of went awry was Ryerson University, yes, were able to they got hit by the hostile takeover from Renata Glass on Hazam, but it was underneath the turret, and then you have Raktik sort of jump into the mix of all of it, and immediately once that taunt gets offline, they just dogpile onto him, and then you're underneath the turret, they're just beating you up from a distance. Not much to do, especially when that wall is there to sort of isolate you from the rest of the team. So a true tragedy for Concordia, but it drops that 10,000 gold lead down to an 8,000 gold lead. So they're not sweating. They're doing fine at the moment, and it's more of a reminder, more of a licking of a wound of just continuing to be patient and make the right call to get that priority, just like they did with this pick here onto Scum. Be patient and let them walk into your CC rather than to force your CC onto them.
Now with this jungler being down, he will be up in time for the Yellow Drake, but maybe not in time to possibly save his inhibitor. But Rice University has to play this very carefully, because Gwen is backing, and look who's there on the backside. It's Desperate. They get the inhibitor. Will they get him is the question, because he can't find an actual angle to move in. Gwen is TPing in now, so they might be looking to force it even further, but at least she'll be here in time for the Drake to be up, as Desper is up a river without a paddle, gets slowed. They go in, but the second Zanya is now up as well. Potato God is dead once more. Name a more iconic combo. And instead of the yellow, they can just get the base.
My goodness, they just take that catch and they say, Desperate, you've been trying to keep this game on your back, well, we're going to take it right off from you. And they're going to look for this victory. Turrets will get some kills and Notorious Molly will fall. This is looking like an end.
Yes, sir. Concordia University, although it was slow, it was controlled, and Ryerson Simply just could not keep up with a train that simply ran right through them. Big shout out to Concordia and Ryerson, definitely played their hearts out. I'm sad to see my alma mater fall like this, but solid games from both sides.
Yep, and a huge shout out to Desper though on Ryerson University. He played phenomenally on that Zillion in game one, and then did his darndest on this game to Fizz Pilot. And to be honest, it's something that even though you can do as much as you can, sometimes it's just not enough because of how well Concordia University played as a unit in this second game. They struggled in game one trying to find that momentum in the mid-game performance of getting through to a place where they can really use that maximum reset composition that they had cooked up. And this time in that second game, they were able to find that stride. They were able to find those catches with Ractic and Oracle to get those continuous ramps, to always have a man down on Ryerson University, and then having that capability and that extra resources, they were able to close this game out, and it was just pick after pick, the right pick at the right time, and that's how Concordia were able to win this series.
So big shout out to Concordia for moving on to the playoffs, and Ryerson, hope we can get some solid snacks for y'all to make sure that, you know, you're happy, you're healthy, and you're doing okay at the end of this, because I'm sure things can get a little bit toughy. But from there, though, I believe we'll be throwing to a small break. We come back, we'll have more games for y'all right here on NACE. Actually, no, never mind. I believe we're going to keep going here. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I forgot.
Well, because we got our interview, and we've got also our hero of the game as well, as a matter of fact, that is sponsored by LLS.
Oh, yes, sir. You are indeed 100% correct, my friend, because LLS is a fantastic organization. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor, with survivor Lincoln. After a third visit to the pediatrician in the fall 2017, Lincoln was diagnosed with acute bilingual leukemia. Apologies if I mispronounced that. A very rare diagnosis. His 3.5-year treatment plan was extensive and challenging. They were made a bit easier with the support of his nurses, who provided a video game setup on his hospital room during extended stays, which always made him light up. Lincoln completed treatment in March 2021 and is a fun-loving 8-year-old who enjoys shipping, sports, and video games. Lincoln and his family feel so fortunate to have the support of LLS and look forward to spreading awareness and helping other families like theirs in the years to come. Alongside the hero Lincoln, right, the LLS hero of the game as a player has made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership for when it mattered most. And Coco, who is our LLS hero of the game?
Well, I believe, if I am not mistaken, it is going to be Notorious Molly, who is able to get that hero of the game this time around. Some phenomenal performance in his own right for being able to do that, but also it's kind of a two for this one. It's an Oracle as well. So both top and mid are able to get the hero of the game for this series. And I think there's no other way but poetic, to be honest, in that own right, as we will actually have Oracle in as our interviewee after a dominant 2-0 performance. Oracle, congratulations on the win. How's it feel to just sweep this series on and make it into playoffs? It seems that we are cannot hear you at the moment. We'll see if we can get that fixed up on our end, or if it is a just small little mic issue.
We'll see where he's at and just a little bit, but until that, you can continue to enjoy wonderful faces.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Oracles.
I can hear you
Oracle!
now.
Look at that!
All right, there you go. There you go. Yeah, no, it feels good.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it feels really good. You know, the team's been working really hard, and we kind of had a rough time in scrims yesterday. So it feels good to come back and have a strong performance today.
Yeah, most definitely. Considering, you know, scrims, I find can sometimes be deceitful as to what's going on too. But I did want to talk to you guys a little bit about, you know, your overall team synergy as well going into this game, because it seemed as though that with every single play, almost all you seem to be on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have some pretty loud voices on the team. Like Notorious Mally does a really good job at like controlling everyone and kind of like calling out like flanks and stuff like that. So I mean, I guess like yeah, you know, over the season, the course of the season, we've gotten a lot better at kind of being on the same page, and I think our draft helped a lot. Like coordinating was relatively easy when it's just Renata ult, and then you just throw everything on whoever's hitting each other. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the progress that we've made in that regards.
Yeah. Well, I got a two-parter for you here, Oracle, as we got to touch on the Renata because this is the first time we've seen it here in NACE Starleague. What's your opinion on the new champion? How do you think she's working with the sort of meta at the moment? And the second question is Gargoyle Stoneplate on Vigar. Why?
Um, yeah, Renata, it's an interesting pick. I'm actually not certain how strong she is, but Hazam seemed pretty confident in the Renata, and I think like the biggest thing is she just has such easy setup for team fights. It's really hard to go wrong with that ulti, even with the Braum shield. It was really easy to get fights off. She's pretty immobile, but luckily we didn't get punished too hard with Ash Arrow this game. The Gargoyle, honestly, that Veigar champion is just broken. You can build tank items and not care what the enemy team is doing. We lost to it in the scrims yesterday, so I played like 3 solo queue games of Veigar today, and barely played before that, and then I just threw it for this game and got to play it twice. So yeah, I don't know. Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and Anathemas, they're just broken items on this character. You don't really need to build AP because you're just stacking all game, and yeah.
Yeah, and considering how things been going so far, right? And I find the Astro was definitely something that I was, I was personally looking to see if perhaps that might catch you out a little bit here and there, but after didn't seem to make a ton of difference though. I do gotta ask though, man, as of right now, with you being, in the collegiate scene too, is there something that you're looking to prove about yourself or perhaps your team in general?
I think like at the end of the day, it's mostly good fun. Like most of us are, like I mean, we're all like in the school full time, and I think we all like playing the game. At least some of us. Most of them are on are playing other games now. But I mean, it's just good fun. Like it's nice to be around like other people who like to play games and be competitive. And like I think it's just a lot more entertaining than solo queue, and getting to improve as a team, and like there's having stakes in the game is just really fun, even if it is like still like online, and we're still playing for a prize pool a little bit if we get to the end, and yeah, it's just good fun. It's like good banter and stuff. So
Well, before we let you go and get you back to your new game grinds, any huge shout outs or call outs you want to give us or to anyone in particular?
yeah, I want to shout out our team organizers, VFang and Sil. Shout out to Ractic's Twitch stream. Go to on twitch.tv/Ractic. Check that guy out if you like Viego and Kane. Shout out my mom. Shout out my girlfriend. And just, I guess, the Concordia team. You know, we're killing it right now. We're going to keep it up.
Good indeed. Right. Thank you so much, Oracle, and best of luck into playoffs.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Look at that. What a nice guy. Shout out to him.
True, very true. Massive plays from Oracle and a great explanation on why Tank Vigar is really the best Vigar in this current meta. Just have more HP than them, and eventually you will have more AP than them as well. But with all of that, too, that kind of reminds me that, having more HP, more AP, overall you just need more performance and better performance, and there's no one else better than our sponsors, AMD.
You are 100% correct, my friend, because performance to rule your game and rule the league. We're so excited to have AMD as the official graphics card of the NACE Starleague, introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics cards, featuring the breakthroughs AMD RDNA and 2 architecture, engineered to deliver ultra-high performance, ultra-high resolution, visually stunning gaming for all. With AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. Check them out at AMD.com. Wow. Love that for them. Love AMD.
Love AMD. Thank huge sponsors as well. But as you said, next series coming up, I believe it is going to be Pennsylvania. University versus, I'm just pulling it up right now, reminding
Got it.
myself as it is, versus
It's almost
Drexel
Nice.
University. So, going to be very excited to see how Pennsylvania State and Drexel are going to be able to take it out on the Rift.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back yet again for our second BO3 of the night. Gravish with Dragon. We're into it here, Coco. Although the first best of 3 was quite fun. We got 2 games, Concordia doing their thing, but it's not about that no more. It's about a second games. And who do we have?
That's very true, and we do have Drexel University going up against Penn State University, and I haven't seen either of these teams just yet. We have not had them on the broadcast, so this will be a new one for us, and it's still the same situation, still bread and butter of everything on the line here for playoffs potential for both these teams. And they're both 5-1 as well as the previous series had to boot with their sort of Swiss bracket records. So we're going in, and it's sort of the upper echelon of the teams at the moment with this Eastern region. So to that end, I'm looking for some, again, jam-packed action. I don't want this slow 40-minute snooze fest of a game where I'm just waiting to see when Vigar will inevitably hit 1,000 AP. I want action early. I want those Jarvans, those Lee Sins in the jungle making things happen. Even the Nunus, for goodness sake. I want to see some Nunus as well and some Hekrims. But also I want to see some awesome action as well within the lanes themselves. And this actually might just be the series to do it with how jam-packed all of the champion pools and the rosters are for these two teams.
Well, you know, Cole, there is a way we can get you to the high-tier, awesome-laced action with a Mavix moment. Do you need a new gaming chair? Is your chair tired, old, or you don't have one at all, and you would love to play in comfort? Well, guess what? Have you seen the new Mavix M4 chair yet? It's great. Comes in 4 different colors, and with a fixed back reclining, dynamic, variable lumbar support, and cooling Mavix mesh. The NACE Starleague has teamed up with Mavix to offer one lucky viewers a new Mavix M4 chair each month we're live on broadcast. All you gotta do is enter exclamation mark Mavix moment in the chat in the next 30 minutes for your chance to be your daily selected entrant. Everything and this and more. We're going towards of course, your Mavix moment and getting all that. But Cole, I know you have a Mavix chair. I'm sure you love it, and all of you there, make sure to enter that in the chat for your chance to win a Mavix chair.
I do. I do quite enjoy the Mavix chair a lot. It is one of the comfiest chairs I have sat in for long hours, so keeps you with good support, good posture as well, and that's something that we all really need to help improve on. But nonetheless, not only do we need good postures, and we do need our own Mavix moments, I want to see a lot of Mavix moments as this series, as it is going to be, once again, Penn State versus Drexel University. And just initially, just looking at the names, like, I'm already a big fan of how, like, a lot of top laners name themselves, but you know, you were a alma mater of our boys Ryerson University last series. I'm just a fan of dragons. It's just kind of my aesthetic. So I'm already a little bit biased with how Drexel can pull this one out. But you know, when you have a top laner named Bane of Hades and a mid laner named Raccoon, like you're just going in with some pretty awesome, already heavy hitting slappers of names to fight off for a good series.
I mean, you're telling me that with the name Coco the Dragon, you enjoy mythical flying beasts?
Maybe. I'm not saying it's a fact. It may be just myth or fantasy.
You know what? That's understandable. We'll make sure to have you and Brandon Sanderson meet up sometime. But with this though, with these 2 squads, I'm expecting bangers, Coco. I'm expecting high tier, unlaced action from minute 0. As he colleague gets banned away, so that is now less of a chance to get high tier interlaced action.
Yeah, and so with sort of how the champion pools of these two teams sort of spread out amongst each other, like it is very solo queue-esque. There's some one tricks in there. You can see Creed has been non-stop spamming the Kaisa in his in their solo queue as well, and you've got some Renata Glass, so you've got some Ares which have been very potent. You've got some very spicy Yones. Like it's just snowball pop off like montage champions for a lot of these players, and that's where you're looking at the current ban phase at the moment. Renata Glask out. They think it's that unknown hidden factor. It's that new condition that you don't want to really deal with. Zeri, get that out of here. Akali, get that out of here. Pop off, not allowed. We want more base. We want more utility. We want more control. And with that, it's looking pretty cut and dry. Very familiar to competitive pro play as we see Jinx being grabbed up once again. It is a speed round in this pick and ban phase.
It's continuing to be so, as naturally so with Jinx B1, matched by the Ezreal Karma on the other side. So like you're looking at the Hecarim setup to go for Drexel, as matched by the Lee Sin on the other end, and then lock down the LeBlanc here. Cole, we're speedrunning this draft.
It is an absolute speedrun. It is ridiculous. LeBlanc as well
Oh.
into a Yone. That's going to be a fun matchup to see how well those two are going to be able to tolerate one another with their trades back and forth and sort of diving back behind enemy lines with their dashes and the maneuverability. The only inkling for me that's going to be pretty dry is going to be Ezreal Karma. In that bottom lane, you're going to be just sitting there, throwing out Qs, making poke, trying to harass, and sort of slowing down the hyperscaling advance that Jinx would be hoping for. And at this stage, you got Lee Sin, LeBlanc, and Jinx. You need that engaged support or a more beefy front line right now for Penn State. Drexel University already bounding out the Tom Kench, so that's sort of on the docket for now. I would not be surprised if a Nautilus got banned away, or say a potential Leona as well. There's the Nautilus, bada bing, bada boom. And the set being banned out means that Penn State is looking for something a little bit beefier on the top side. They want to see if they can try and look for a potential frontliner in that department. But also, Set's highest win rate and highest success at this moment has been in the support lane. So that can still show Leona could be very good, and so can Alistar. Even I could argue a Rel, but you need another type of engage for the Rel to sort of follow through with. Maybe a Galio or a Maokai perhaps, if you're looking sort of like extra spicy and sort of out of the box thinking.
Wow.
Yeah, Maokai support's pretty decent. I would say it is an out of the box thought, and it could help with some of the harassment. But we'll have to see how Penn State sort of goes with that, as Hecarim, meta Dark Horse champion, now back into popularity, is coming into play. So I've got some good boxes checked here for Drexel. You've got strong early clear, power leveling to level 6. You've got a lane to play through in this Yone. I want another lane to play through. It's going to be another top mid focus here for the jungle priority for the side of Drexel University, as Penn State can say, we can either look to neutralize that, or we can try and play through one specific lane in their own right. And if that gets locked in, the Aatrox in that top lane is already something where it's like, all right, pretty neutral for the majority of matchups. Not a lot of things win hard against Aatrox, but not a lot of things lose hard against Aatrox to that own right, as we will have that support finally locked in. It will be this Leona before they make me bite my own tongue, as a good, well-rounded, natural composition. I love the Lee Sin and traditional vibe that I'm getting from Penn State.
Yeah. Solid 5v5 setup that we have. And on Drexel, I have one more pick left to respond to go into the Aatrox. There's not a ton of really solid picks. I find an interesting pick would be the Alawi or the Mordekaiser. I've personally seen those in my own games, but the Jax as well isn't too bad to try to set up a side lane threat for Drexel here. So I find we're seeing just two sides of the coin, right? It's pretty standard 5v5 on Drexel, unorthodox and interesting winning conditions. If they manage to get them, then surely, very, very impressive composition.
Very true. And it is within those top lane picks that I will be looking to see either the Hecarim or the Lee Sin really try and make or break this game open. Because that Jax efficient counter does have the capability to dodge those auto attacks, but also the other part of that counter strike is that you get reduced damage when you're being hit by area of effect, which those Qs on the Aatrox are technically area of effect. So those reduce the damage on those sweet spots, which is going to be very helpful when you get down to those very minute digits, those very small numbers between one another when you're skirmishing back and forth in those one-on-one bouts in that top lane. And if you throw in that Hecarim or that Lee Sin to help turn the tides, this lane, this top side of the map can really blow wide open. Because I'm looking at other options. You can't really gank bottom lane there on that Lee Sin. The Karma Ezreal just going to dip out, call it a day, and the Yone can sort of do the same. And the same thing goes for LeBlanc. LeBlanc, you're going to try and jump in on with Hecarim, just W right away, and it's much more of trying to have a mind game with each other in those lanes to sort of create that opening for your jungler to create some pressure there, or it's going to be being able to win those trades early on, get some lane pressure, hit those reset timings to prepare for those objective contentions later down the line, to where you have that slight item advantage over your opponent to win out on those longer investments of those scenarios.
In number one, the second BO3 of the night, you have Penn State going up against Drexel University. Or should I say the Dragon University? It still
The
works.
Drexel Dragons. Let's go.
Woo!
It's the Drexel Dragons. It's so fun to say for some reason. It's just Drexel Dragons. Third time's the charm. But nonetheless, just to sort of quickly sum up how the draft was, speed run any percent, being able to get some kind of compositions in there, very, very top focused, trying to make sure that we can get this Aatrox or this Jax online. And we had a little bit of discussion during the break. You were a little curious of who really wins that, because it feels like a skill matchup, right? Like I talked earlier, Counter-Strike, yes, counters a little bit of Aatrox damage, but you've got to be in the Aatrox kill zones to get anything going for Soul Sniper. And with that, it's like, all right, well, it's all about mediation. It's also about jungle influence. And that top lane, I feel like, is going to be more determined by how the junglers interact and how they path than anything else. And that just might be what we're looking for here. If you want to start and mess with paths, you'll walk in first. But they were spotted on that pixel brush. There's vision there. So they might just be walking into a trap.
I believe they are, and I believe Penn State says, aha! We've activated our trap card. Appearing from a bush unannounced. They put the word down themselves. Wochung is looking to possibly steal away this red. Superfight takes a bunch of damage and dies from that's the first blood to Mr. Lazy.
Oh my
Make
goodness.
that a double, and the flash forced out from Psycho. Herb Smoker wants more of this. Flash is in. He's level 2. He could kill him. It's one auto after the next misses the Q. It's just going to be a brawl.
Oh my goodness. And with that, Herb Smoker gets the third kill of the game within 2 minutes. We are currently 1.5 kills a minute, I'd say. 1.3 kills in already all of them onto Penn State. And what a massive lead, too. 2 kills onto Mr. Lazy's Jinx. This is looking like a great start for Penn State University. And Drexel Dragons are going to have to find an avenue to get themselves back into this game, because they're already 1,500 gold down against this comp. And so much of that is onto Mr. Lazy. But that's just the surface level. We haven't even talked about the tip of the ice, like sort of the iceberg underneath the water here, where where you have Hecarim on Super that now has a very delayed start for the jungle clear, has just started his second camp, where it's the third camp being finished here for the side of Herb Smoker, going on to his fourth, and you haven't even gotten double buffs yet for Super, which to that end is going to take a very long time to get down there, because he's taking the full clear, and a lot of how Hecarim wants to play is to get to that level 6 as fast as possible. So you're already playing from behind, you're a kill down, and you are very down on tempo. The only saving grace is how these junglers are pathing. How Herb Smoker has decided to sort of do the triple camp really quickly, that would be more aggressive for lane priority, and is converting down to the bottom side, where the bottom side of Drexel's map is very flexible and is very easy to get away. But Ruck, already here, checking the blue buff. They know it's here, so they're like, alright, Super's going to come around the corner in just a minute.
Oh, Super Lazy sees this. He realizes, all right, cool. That's not my buff anymore. And he will call up IMAH, but
This
is kind of
isn't
interesting.
good for Penn State.
Yeah, looks pretty bad. Ruck will probably have to flash over this, and yeah, because I guess, a little bit of miscommunication, but still, they get the buff, I guess.
Well, it was looking bad for Penn State for a while because of the collapse that was coming in, but they picked the right avenues to lead. They use the mobility that they had on Herb Smoker to disengage, and also the flash from Ruck is exactly what they need to dis out. And oh my goodness, Soul Sniper, you're dead here, aren't you?
Ooh.
The flash would have been a double trade. That would have been a 1-for-1 if he flashed in. He would have guaranteed the kill, yes, but at the cost of his own life underneath the turret. So, at that end, I respect the patience, respect the holding there from Bane of Hades. Herb Smoker now. See if he can try and win some pressure to alleviate against Lazy and Ruck in this bottom lane. But at this point, it's only for prioritizing your lane pressure to potentially try and sneak this dragon away. And the vision is in Drexel's favor with having the Scuttle down there, and the Scuttle topside hasn't even been taken yet because of how Herb Smoker pathed. He went up top side, and then with that 3 camp, went immediately over to that double jungle for that invasion with the assistance of Ruck. So that scuttle is still up for grabs, and Super Lazy on that Hecarim might just find that and really be rewarded in a way of saying, well, I'm able to at least catch that, get both vision, and be able to help catch up and continue advancing in this game. But he does get spotted by Raccoon, who is able to scout out with the scrying blue.
I don't think we'll actually see Super Lazy on the map at any lane for the next like 4 minutes.
No, he needs to hit level 6. Like,
yeah, he
just needs to.
Desperately, yeah. And with that though, Heartsmoker already you saw him taking advantage of this of trying to affect, just his jungle instead. But now I want to see him go into different lanes. Like I know he can get quite strong, but it's the Lee Sin, right? You were there to try to affect, like you were there to try to affect different lanes, but he's just gonna take away the scuttle as well.
That's fine.
Which at least these get traded. But he's right by the mid lane. He can't get anything done there. Maybe top side could be a potential target as he yet again moves into Super Lazy's jungle, spots it once more, and will not land the Q.
Yeah, but it's also that intel that Super Lazy sees is like, okay, Lee Sin's here, he sees me, play a little bit more defensive Soul, and I'm Aj, who both are playing underneath their turrets at the moment. So Herb Smoker can't really make too many plays. He doesn't have the damage, and no one's really... Well, Soul Sniper is actually low enough to see you could look for a turret dive and try and find that kill, as long as Herb Smoker is able to connect his skills. But then you have Aj, who is able to get this connection. That's actually terrible news for Aj. He has to use his ultimate.
Oh man, that was so unfortunate. There was a small window where he could have gotten away, but at least he saves his flash, right? So I guess it's okay.
No, because you are sort of scared away from mid lane. You have no ultimate available, and sort of that mistake. That was like very much a guttural reaction of like, I have a dash, I can get away to safety. Oh wait, this is a dash I have to go back to, not like LeBlanc, who can choose whether or not she wants to recall. So that loses you mid lane pressure. And with how the reset had just come in, great communication from Penn State to say, all right, bot lane is reset. Easy take here, because Super Lazy doesn't want to try and do anything hasty on that Hecarim because of sort of how the early game performance went. And to that end, Infernal Dragon goes over Penn State's way, and TPs are going to start to come in to try and answer back into this game 8 minutes in. And this is where top lanes who do have TP, it's like, well, might as well use it. You're not going to be able to use it anywhere else before 14 minutes, so just get there, hold that lane pressure, make it to where you can always either be able to freeze a lane a little bit more efficiently with always being there and quick recalls and such, or be able to push out and try and prioritize this Herald, which has spawned, and it might be just a great option for Drexel University to do. Soul Sniper has been struggling against Jax, yes, but if you bring up just one extra person, if you throw Creed up there on the Karma who can roam up, or it was Super Lazy as well, then you have that priority to challenge Bane of Hades on that Aatrox, and also look for this Herald fairly quickly. But you have to do it quietly as well. You don't want Herb Smoker and the rest of the team to smell you out, as Raccoon trading pretty much blow for blow with Aj on that Yone.
Which is interesting too, considering how back and forth we've seen this lane go. I know it was one that we were definitely paying attention to, just to kind of see perhaps how it fared out. But so far, although Aj has taken a small, like just CS lead, just about 10 across the board, but for now, the tempo still maintains in favor of PSU as they move themselves over the Rift Herald. Should be able to take this, considering both mid and top are shoved in, so this is free.
Yeah, you can start it, and it's more of just trying to find where Super Lazy is on this Hecarim, just to make sure that you can't collapse and force a 3v3. Because even in the 3v3, now that Super Lazy is level 6 on the Hecarim, that can cause some disruption for the rest of the team to just run riot and run away with a potential skirmish for Drexel. But him being bottom lane, no problem. Take that Herald, easy pickings for Herb Smoker, and now it's just a question of when do you want to use that Shelly? You could use it instantaneously. You could say, you know what? 4 turret plates available on top side. 1 turret plate has already been taken by Bane of Hades. Let's just grab you some more. Let's just put some more money into this Aatrox to where that skill matchup, that 50-50 chance that Aatrox and Jax have against each other is a little bit more favored into your top lane. Or you try and wait for that maximum event. Continue farming up, waiting for those ganks, looking for the perfect opportunity where either Soul Sniper or Aj step a little bit too far out of line, and then you can maximize that potential and grab first brick. And I think that's really what Herb Smoker is going to try and invest into. I don't see anything happening in this bottom lane just because of how much of a neutralizer a Ezreal and Karma lane can be.
And we mentioned this in draft as well, right? Because there's not a ton that can actually be done until they actually do end up leaving the lane. Of course, you do want to see Creed try to roam around with your Hecarim, but considering how far he was set behind, Creed is kind of just had to stay in lane. There's no opportunity for him to actually try to roam around, and even now still, the staying as a pair in his unit as super lazy, try to just catch up and farm, which he has been able to do so. He's only level behind us right now. Looking toward the top side, there's a pretty decent wave on the tower. Soul Sniper takes just a little bit of chip damage, but he does know he has safety nearby if he needs it.
Well, here's an inkling of concern for me. Soul Sniper's 30 CS down against this Aatrox, and he's been losing those trades back and forth. And this is where trading with Aatrox is very, very interesting, because if he's able to keep that spacing with the Qs and always be able to hit the sweet spots, you're always going to lose, because it's just like, even with the damage reduction Counter-Strike does apply, you're going to take massive damage if he's able to hit all of them. And the way that a lot of Aatroxes like to trade is jumping in, hitting the first sweet spot. It gets that mini stun to guarantee the W slow, and then they use the dash secondary for that second sweet spot to guarantee that you stay in that lockdown, and then be able to move out and then guarantee a third once you get the final lock-in. That's usually how the Aatrox likes to trade, but whoa, my goodness, I'm sorry! Raccoon playing with fire here.
That was actually such a cool interaction with the way both of these players were trading their dashes. Raccoon gets the chain off too alongside the slow, so won't manage to ruin him, but he gets that alive, which is the cost of a flash. But that was actually such an interesting chaining pattern, as I'll have to hold, as Karma is just simply dead. Mr. Lazy getting his third, but Hecarim is in the area. Can he get anything out of this? He is ignited. He does no damage. He's building a blobby cinder.
Yeah, it's super speed. Unfortunate for Hecarim to not have enough damage, but it was great positioning of those traps as well from Mr. Lazy's Jinx. They're going to look for a turret dive because of how low Penn State is. Just call it off. Take a couple turret hits too far. But no, it's Raccoon here.
Alright, actually get the flash too. The chain of the Psycho is big, but look at how low their health bars are. They cannot oversave for this, but they did anyways. The flash for my match. That's the double.
There's no reason for that. Oh, whoo!
Yeah, why?
Well, like, the shutdown, that's nice. Nice little snipe there. But why do you try and go back in on that with how low all of your members are? It feels like they just thought they would have enough damage to quickly burst someone out and start to get resets for Mr. Lazy again. But Mr. Lazy's like 220 health, and so is Ruck and Herb Smoker. At no point is that a valuable trade. And now it gives a place for Drexel Dragons to come back into this game. They've evened the economy, if not now starting to make a lead, because they have an opportunity to start power farming back into this game. 20 CS advantage in mid, almost a 20 CS advantage in bottom, and Soul Sniper now is starting to win his trades in top lane.
Finally, we see as he gets a little bit of anti-heal under his belt as well, can deny all of that for the side of Bane of Hades. You were mentioning, you know, it'll take a little bit for him to finally get up there, but at least he can farm comfortably.
True.
And against his Aatrox, who now has to back away and play a little bit more carefully, the Soul Sniper will most likely become a massive satellite threat if given any leads to go off of. So at least, you know, he'll at least be containing the lane for now. Which, by the way, I know why he was so far down for so long. It's because he's using Angler Jacks. He was, you could say, fishing for trades.
True, with the pun intended. Not, you know, at this point with the Jacks being only like 30 CS down, still pretty bad, because it could get to a point where I talked about earlier where you are able to recall on Bane of Hades quickly, get the Gore Drinker, your mythic item advantage up, and then you start winning trades a lot more quickly. But oh my god, speaking of trades, Mr. Lazy, how did you just take so much damage there? Just a Q magnet there for Mystic Shots from Psycho. He doesn't have his ultimate up, so he can't really try and hunt or fish for any of those kills, but it does give them first brick. It does give them a lot of gold on this Ezreal, who can now start to detach from this lane and put Yone in the side lane, and that's really what Drexel wants here. They want to put Yone on that side, so it's Ezreal and Karma that are isolating mid lane. They always have priority in it, so they can always challenge either side of the rift and into the river. and they can continue catching and grabbing these turrets, which have been chipped away by their former solo laners.
Speaking of solo laners, okay, at least Hades stays alive, and now he has Herb to make sure that he doesn't die right under tower, get collapsed upon too. But as of right now, Penn State, who had such a solid lead, suddenly, you know, things are just taking turn for the worse here.
That, well, Creed, you know, a little bit of damage, actually a lot.
Oh, so okay, it's just gone. Not Ruck fighting against the ADC. He doesn't win this, but you know what? It's the moral victory.
Yeah, it was going to look like he could actually try and make that trade, but the cleanse came in and diffused the ignite from Ruck, so that damage is no longer there, and Ruck will have to retreat. After that, that's 5 kills to 4 in total, and an 1,000 gold lead still in favor of Drexel University due to how well their mid and bot lane have been able to farm up, not to mention those turrets as well to boot. The question is, when do they get their mythic items? You're going the econ stat route on Super Lazy's Hecarim, so he's already got his Chemtech, or he's got his Chemtank, Turbo Chemtank, as it is, excuse me.
There you go.
As everyone else, fairly close to finishing that Muramana, making a Manamune. Waiting for a possible pick here. Nice catch. Creed 1 might be good as dead.
Yeah, there we go. Speaking of possible picks, there's the one you possibly want, as they can look to push us mid lane and
wonderful catch.
Get to mid tier 1. I don't think they can do much more off of this too, but I think this is more than enough, at least for Super Lazy here. To try to get one more. There we go. The ADC blowing up in a matter of seconds.
Yep. Oh, Yone can get something. Nice catch.
Whoa, there's so many knocked up too. That's 2 given away, and all the cost of mid tower as it continues forward. When he wants a triple, he's quite low, but the shield comes in the last second. That's a triple kill for Iamaj.
And Yone now 5 kills in 0. We started this game with 3 kills in favor of Penn State, and 17 minutes in, it is a 5-0 Yone with 7 kills on the board for Drexel Dragons. Soul Sniper gonna have to get out of dodge here, or maybe try and take the fight to Raccoon. Herb Smoker's on the back end. This is pretty much just a chase down. Ooh, double flashes here, as that will guarantee Soul Sniper's life. But that does also mean that he will not have it available for the next fight, which is going to be in about 45 seconds over this Cloud Dragon. It's another Cloud Soul map here for us, Ravish, as this is going to be a very good contention for Hecarim. You know, great Soul. Bonus movement speed ultimate? Yes, great on the pony. But everyone else, I'm looking at how how powerful it'll be and how favorable it'll be. It's actually really good for Drexel, because you get that bonus movement speed for a Jax and a Yone to stick onto their targets, and it gives Hecarim and Karma the same kind of mobility. On the other side though, Penn State, they have ultimates that, like, yeah, Aatrox would be great onto it, but a lot of them don't really need it. So I wouldn't be shaking my head or worrying about this Cloud Soul anymore if I was Penn State. I'd be saying, don't worry about this investment. It's fine. Let's look for economy leads. Let's look for lane pressure and start getting turrets under our belts, because that is where we can find money and get items, and the items are going to be a lot more valuable than that additional movement speed bonus that happens when you pop your ultimate.
And Bane of Hades is topside trying to do exactly that. He's trying to push on top tower, should be able to get it, but Soul Sniper is there to try to contend against this, but realizes maybe taking a fight like this super early on is going to be super great, considering he doesn't have a full item yet either. And then against Gordrick or Aatrox, it can be a little bit too close to call. Speaking of that, trying to take other economic leads and getting more bricks in their hands, I imagine Psycho can just rush this down, and Raccoon can simply watch. He has front row seats seeing his base or his tower taken away.
Yep, and also they're going to go ahead and rob away this red buff as well from Penn State. All in preparation for getting mid lane priority once again. Baron will be up in 30 seconds, which not something I would be looking for, but what it means is that it is now, the time is ticking to start scaling up and cashing on your second items, and to start finding picks around this jungle. Get vision in. Know how the lane assignments are going to be matching. And this is where it's interesting for a sense of, you want vision in your opponent's jungle, not primarily to look for those catches. Those are always great if you're in sort of a convenient timing of saying, all right, we're up here, we can make this catch, they're in a good vicinity to try and look for that pick. It's more of how Penn State or Drexel respond to these side lanes, of seeing where the Karma and the Ezreal are going to go, where's the Jinx and Leona, because then that can help you decide on what kind of plays you're allowed to make or what resources you can sort of take away as you wait for these bigger timers like the Dragon and the Baron to sort of alleviate and get online. As Aj, he's getting to a point of no return. As Raccoon, you can't side lane here anymore. You got to get out of this. Penn State, you got to start 4-1. Because Raccoon falling off, and you need to make picks onto some of the squishier targets that are holding up this mid lane.
I mean, if we're being honest here, Coco, Aj is already kind of taken off as soon as you hit the BAM Scepter. That's realistically all you need on a Yone to become the absolute menace that you are. But with him getting almost 2 items, right? That means that you're an absolute monster, a final boss in Elden Ring, if you will. Absolutely unkillable and unstoppable, and managing to take you out in a simple hit.
Yeah, or at least you need like some sacrificial twig or something to make sure you can come back and like spend all the grace points you need. Like at this point, this is like Yone's got a couple phases on this boss battle for sure.
Oh yeah,
he's got a couple, and that's just giving a little bit of luxury. But Psycho, ooh, half health, Her Smoker as well.
Ooh, okay, well, Magic flashed away, but it still goes into the Onslaught of Shadows. Feared him up, but now they can turn this around. Super lazy. He's in too deep, and he's trying to keep from the voice in his head instead of going under. And he goes under. He does. That's 2 down for Drexel Dragons as he goes to Baron.
Yep, and because the jungler is down, this is a good investment to try and look for this Baron. Soul Sniper and Aj are here though, and you are around half health. You are in kill range of this Yone.
Looking for Apostle Egg and try to go in for the ultimate. Sees the line.
Lined up for it.
Jax gets one. The big knockup with the back end as he seals their fate. Only manages to get 1 out of this though. He can't go to the 3 to the triple kill. A Bane of Heat gets a smackdown. That's a quadra by the end.
And what a play from Aj and Soul Sniper to stop that Baron from being taken. It was a risky call because of how low and how squishy the members of Penn State University are. But it is the 9-1 Yone that keeps this game alive for Drexel and keeps it in their favor. 3,000 gold in the lead, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if all of that is on to our Soul Swordsman in Yone in the mid lane to just make sure cashing in on the Infinity Edge immediately after that fight as well. What a phenomenal pull-off, and there you go. 10,000 gold accumulated. Where you look at the mid lane, yeah, it's the 3,000 gold diff. Almost 4K diff between him and Raccoon.
Disgusting. Just absolutely atrocious with what he's been able to do.
Yep.
And can continue doing so as he almost has his 3rd item. He was at 2.5 before the fight. This is so insane. He's such a monster.
Yeah. That Infinity Edge is literally just the physical representation of how big the gap is between him and the rest of Penn State. If that sword for Ruck went any bit farther, he would have been dead, but he got stuck in the wall and got pushed out of it onto his team's side, so that's favorable. But because of that luxury, because of how strong Yone is for Imaj, this gives this privilege for Soul Sniper on the top lane to just be split pushing. Do what he wants. He can continue scaling. He's going to be going for a possible death stance later on, but he's looking fine. And that's what's so nice, because he struggled a little bit in lane. He started winning out because of how Jax is a little bit better of a hyperscaler in those duels. And here, Penn State is now on the back foot. They need to make a decision. They need to make a decision quick. And this might just be it.
Oh, he just walks in, smites it, and walks away. This is actually such a big pickup for the side of Penn State, but then to deny the soul point and force Drexel in an unfortunate fight, and force themselves into an unfortunate fighting position. But they'll just move themselves over to the Baron.
Yep, go for the Baron instead. Smite stolen, doesn't matter. Try and threaten the next one, because you have the sustain to challenge this. You've got lifesteal, you've got tankiness, you've got kill potential, tank hit shredding potential. It's already down to 4,000 health. Bane of Hades has to make this play.
Yeah, gets the triple knockup on the back end, forces the flash out though, but the Baron's taken away. Now Psycho goes over, and Herb Smoker as well looks to follow up, but they have to sustain, they have to somehow live and get most of the members out alive. They get 3, but the fight continues on as Imaj is now in, so they get a 2-4-2. But at least Drexel gets away with the Baron.
Yep, but also this push could go in favor of Drexel, or of Penn State against Drexel. Raj is going to hold the advance. He sees that Penn State is looking to push this lane out and get some damage chipped away. Because of Aj sticking here, that will not be the case. His resources will stay even. Baron power play is online, but because of that 2-for-2 trade, as you mentioned, Ravish, this is where you have an extra minute of freedom. It's only going to be a 2-minute Baron power play for Drexel University because of that advantage that Penn State was able to get with that even trade. And to that end, you look at how the lanes are currently situated, pretty good for Penn State. Fairly far extended. No real avenue of approach to either create a siege. It's creating a 1-3-1 situation for Drexel University, which I can say that's great. We can continue farming and seeing if we can get to our second, third, if not fourth items if you're Aj Zione. But nothing that they can really grab outside of just an economic lead.
We were mentioning how that would be some small ways where they could try to come back into the game, right on Penn State, especially just to make sure that they can pressure them on either side. But it just seems as though that the games so far have been a sort of trend of monstrous mid laners trying to do whatever they can for the teams. But currently, the team is currently ahead. This is this interesting push setup that they have. They could look to just force down this top tier 2, but it is in a pretty neutral position. And yeah, Penn knows that they'll lose this tower, but I don't think they'll lose much else because they could probably clear this away.
There's still a minute left on this power play. They can get this inhibitor. This would be really nice for them. They have ultimates available. It's just a very squishy composition here for Penn State. They don't want to try and dip in too far. My goodness. Pain of Hades able to hold his own there. There we go. 40 seconds until this Baron power play whittles away. And at this point, I think there's really nothing else that Drexel University can do. They just call it good. They say, don't try and bite off more than we can chew. If we see an opening, if we see a opportunity to try and grab more, we can. And even with the Baron power play whittling away, they can still get outer tier turrets. They can still get this second tier turret, possibly, from Penn State, just to get that extra gold. But no, it's just sort of forcing people away and having Aj take this inhibitor for himself.
Aj also sees that he might be in a state where he will want to overextend either as everyone is looking in the back, moving to collapse on him perhaps, but for now as the Baron expires, they get the mid tier 1. Jax jumps in. That's a triple stun with the onslaught of shadows. They actually Bane of Hades, but I don't think that's the target they want because look at the knockups, the bounce house that they're in, and the karma only speed them away. Does she live? Oh, she's fine. It's like,
maybe not. Okay. All right, still good. Blinking low health bars, no Karthus ultimate to secure those kills this time. But at this point, 28 minutes in, Soul Sniper just got that Death Stance, just hit level 16 as well. Scree just cashed in on that Chemtech Future Fire. So we've got some good items here now for Drexel University, and that's what that Baron power play overall granted them. Yes, there's the inhibitor that had been broken and super minions are starting to leak into this top side of the map. That'll guarantee him soul point for this Cloud Soul. Though, I'm looking at the next catch, the next pick. When will Penn State stick their heads out? Because Drexel University don't have a lot of priority unless Hecarim is there to try and create and start fights. And even when that's the case, you've got to be very careful on where you sort of position yourselves, because if you go a little bit too far, you separate that front to back line by just creating a gap of chasing down targets, and you start losing fights because of how more scrappy Penn State's composition likes to play. So you got to play condensed, you got to play concentrated, and in that style, it slows the game down, but it makes fights so much easier for you to win out.
Speaking of fights, a slow sniper might be caught on the top side. Seconds to be separated from all that. At least he gets soul point off the end of it. But it was really interesting positioning because there were fights going on almost the entire end of the map, but only resulted in Cycle going down because LeBlanc does LeBlanc things.
Yeah, literally 100 to 0'd him over the course of like 2.2 seconds. And immediately, Zanya's purchase, grabs a Null Magic Mantle, knows he needs to start building defensively because of that. Yeah, kind of respect that decision. We're going to see here if Penn State can sort of reciprocate that. Again, it's all about those picks. Like, just getting picks here and creating a more scrappy style for the side of Penn State to sort of wiggle their way back into the game and back into a state of control. They're down 7,000 gold, if not more, because of how massive Aj's like economy is. He's almost full items. Like, he has control words. Sure, that's the 6th slot that he'd be waiting to finish on. And at this stage, Baron will be up. And what do you do when you're having to play into Drexel's style, that they want you to teamfight? They want you to try and answer this Baron instead of trying to go for side lanes and try and look for the flanks of the pick. So curious to see how Penn State sort of positions themselves around it, or how long Drexel takes to get this Baron started.
Still waiting on to see whether or not Penn State decides to face check them. And they do find at least 2 members there as all of them roam up, but they also know that they also just simply can't allow Imaj try to push her to the base. So Bane of Hades is there to try to match him. But if he dies, it's going to be all but over. Imaj is just looking to force out these towers at the start. They still think that's Baron bait.
Yep. And because Drexel University gets to play this way, to play more condensed into this Baron, they have the time to just sort of dip in, check heads, but they're not being efficient with trying to clear these ways out. They're getting hit by wards, they're getting caught out, they're getting seen, and that's giving the confidence for Penn State.
Yeah, Smoker goes in a little bit too early on, puts out the kick, but the karma is dead. Now the onslaught shadows comes in, but Jax as well was far too low. And Super Lazy and Psycho have to run away. You see Yone on the bot end, looking to force down this tower, does manage to get it, but now Drexel Dragons have to stop these backs. They have to make sure they do not get there in time. So at least with 2 inhibs going down, this play would be worth it. And there we go. He manages to get it. Can he get more? He wants to get all the way into the base, but realizes his teammates are dying. Psycho gets the 1v3. And at least will continue to stall even further. That'll be all she wrote.
And with that, even though it looked great for Penn State, they had good vision control. They saw the information of Psycho and Super Lazy trying to dip in and try and find picks, force fights. They're able to find those catches first and start that fight again against the Baron River Point in an efficient manner. But because of just how far ahead Aj is on this Yone, he's online, he's got massive items discrepancy advantage over that of Bane of Hades' Aatrox. There's nothing he can do in a side lane, and it was just a ticking time bomb of how quickly Yone can take objectives. And now Aj here on this top side, just obliterating people's health bars. Even that E alone does 400 guaranteed damage, true damage with that amplification. Serb, Smoker, and Ruck gonna have to sip up at the fountain, while Baron will be taken with ease by Drexel University.
They can do nothing to stop this at all. It's a decently fast Baron too, considering they're doing this without the Hecarim even being there. They don't even need the smite, considering how much DPS they managed to put out. And now with Baron currently on every single member of Drexel University, all the inhibitors in the base is most definitely under duress of Penn State, as they have to be careful, because if one of the members goes down, if they get caught out in some way, shape, or form, that might be the game.
Yeah, but that's also the Infinity Edge cashed in there for Mr. Lazy. That is 80% crit chance on the Jinx with Armor Shred. That is going to be very tough to try and deal with if you do not get onto that carry in a good manner of time. But in the same vein, it's Aj's Yone that if he's able to get to his backline and just, 2 taps, 2 little stabs, and then go back to his ghost form, that pretty much might be just enough to sign the death note for Raccoon or Mr. Lazy. As final dragon point for Soul will spawn in 10 seconds. It is not what Drexel is looking for, because they're too busy worrying about getting inhibitors and getting the base of Penn State. 1-3-1s, they know they have the efficiency to do just that. The only lane I'd be worried about is mid lane, because if Psycho or Creed get caught, they're pretty much over. No, it's bottom lane. Takes the damage.
The shield book is popped right away too from Imaj, but he has enough survivability that he's forced the GA out to. And that will be one down. I'm Herb Smoker lives so far with the with safeguard. Sorry, but and getting out alive does go quite well for Penn State. But Psycho can continue this. Look at all the low health bars. And TP back as well from Imaj means this fight should be all Shiro at this point. The side of Penn State. It looked close. It looked nice. but they won't be able to get any more out of this Coco. They get forced down these towers. Imon's way too strong. The ADC goes down, and that'll be it. They survived for so long. This will be the final nail of the coffin. A double kill for the Yone as they can get the Nexus.
And as the fights continue to spread out across the base of Penn State came in with a wonderful guerrilla warfare tactic, being able to get 3 kills for 0 in that level 1 engagement at the red buff for themselves. But it was not the lead that they needed to take this game. It was Aj all the way with wonderful catches on that Yone, with finding great picks around the dragons and being able to trade 1-for-1 pretty much against the LeBlanc. And that gave him and the rest of his team enough time to slowly scale up, play the neutralizing factor, and to play a style where they can 4-1 and have the space to create picks and the time to just crush in on the defenses of Penn State University and grab themselves this first win of the best of 3 series, putting Penn State backs against the wall with match point, with playoff finals and playoff possibilities on the horizon.
As Chicken Little says, all it took was one little slip. And suddenly things all came tumbling down after the next. So we'll see if Penn State can pick back up the pieces in the next game. For now, we'll cut it to short break. We'll be coming back with game number 2 for you. Mid lane monsters and more is what we have to welcome you back with for the NACE Starleague. Ravager, Shoko the Dragon, and Coco. We're in for game number 2 between these two titans of industry. As remember, one wins, and one goes home. Well, they're already home, but you get the point.
Yep. Well, nonetheless, Penn State came in swinging with a great 3 kills for zero trade initially for that first blood. But at that point, it's something that they didn't fully double down on the advantages that they were able to acquire from that early invasion counter game that had transpired. And from there, it was more of a point of just the fact that Yone popped off on Iamaj. They just did a phenomenal job on that champion. And then from there, it's pretty much just a point of no return. You either have to constantly shut him down, keep cashing in on that shutdown gold, or you're looking at a point of having to fight elsewhere where he is not. And it is very difficult to do that with the composition that Drexel University cooked up, because you have the Carmen as you're always creating space, always diffusing the situation, and then Jax is in that same light. So to this end, we're looking to see if the pop-off factor of Drexel University is going to be called away this time with Penn State going into draft, or if we're going to be looking for some other options that Drexel University can use to take this game and take this series by storm.
Indeed, my friend. But speaking of taking things by storm, we should introduce Corsair. Corsair is a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from the casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. Go ahead, check out all the latest gear at Corsair.com. Now, I'm not so lucky to have all the Corsair stuff, but you know what, Coco? We're lucky enough to have game number 2 ready, with a draft coming up very, very soon as well.
Very true. And you know what? I'm also not as lucky to have Corsair stuff. I'm waiting for some good shipments to come in, and I'm really looking for a new headset, to be honest. Please help me. GoFundMe is in a link below. That won't show up. Don't worry about it. Though they are into the second pick and ban, and we have a switch of sides. And I believe you also mentioned that we are also having a substitution on Penn State's side with Ruck out and their substitute support in.
Indeed, yeah. Boost and Yark will be subbing in.
Okay.
This side of Penn State. So with the red side so far, nothing has changed in the bans except the Yone one, which I was watching out for.
Yeah, that happens.
I think this makes absolute sense. He was such a monster as he lock in Caitlyn B1. Wow.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a change. This isn't really like too far of a change here, to be honest, of Drexel University, of saying isolate a lane, not a winning matchup, but a neutral matchup. Caitlyn, pretty good at neutralizing all the lanes because of just how far her range is. And then Hecarim, Zilean, okay, now you've got the Time Bomb, Revive capability, Reset Denial, as well as still a very strong, potent jungler, and you're denying that away from Drexel. And to this end, I'm looking for maybe, I could see a Caitlyn Morgana possibly pop up. But Caitlyn Lux, just as great here for Drexel University. So that's going to be a very tough bottom lane to try and tolerate on Penn State. And with how they locked in Shen as well, I could argue that Shen or Zilean could go in the support roles, though their success has been more in those solo lanes. You can just start banning out bottom lanes that you don't want to deal with on Drexel University. You could ban out a lot of engagement. I'm thinking another Nautilus ban. I'm thinking Leona ban. I'm thinking Jinx or Zeri could be great options to take out as well. So Drexel University has a good pick of the litter to sort of neutralize anything. And it's more of a preference of what they don't want to deal with, right? And that is such a huge thing when it comes down to the second pick ban.
That's a Mordekaiser ban as well, so automatically signifying to me that we're in for an interesting pick at the top lane. We might see the Aatrox run back too. I'm thinking maybe Elawi could be interesting. I've also seen Ornn be an option too. So if Penn State decides, I'm just thinking Ornn was definitely there. That's the Kai'Sa locked in for the bot lane. Kai'Sa, I've actually seen rising priority. This could also still be Kai'Sa mid.
It could be Kai'Sa mid, just because of Faker. Yeah. Like, literally just because of Faker. And, I respect it. I respect how potent it is. And you think of, going up against Caitlyn Lux, I don't even think that's even a great option, To be completely fair, like this could still just be maybe well, Ziggs is already gone, so you can't really do anything there.
No way.
No way. Alrighty, just full on disrespect coming in, just dropping the gauntlet down. Love to see it, as it is going to be a very it's a very volatile composition Drexel University has cooked up, but it's very easy to push away because like you don't have any guaranteed engagement. But at this stage, a Shen, Kaisa, Hecarim, they're going to be jumping on you. So you just need to have damage, and you just need to create like a kill bubble, right? Just a kill zone, and allow yourself to just have more damage than your opponent. As Penn State finishes off the draft, Jace is going to be our mid laner as for Drexel University. As Penn State, yeah, that's a Kaisa bottom lane. And Kaisa actually does have a pretty good win rate against Caitlyn. Though in this scenario, with the Lux pairing, it gets a little bit more evened out into their own right because of how well you can sort of zone and create pressure. The Nautilus, though, could sort of neutralize and sort of take that factor out of the equation and have some options there. But with a jungler that requires speedrunning to level 6, getting to a point where you can start using that onslaught of shadows to fight for those points, it gives Drexel University that window of opportunity to create lane pressure through the Darius, through the Jace, and through the Caitlyn Lux combinations for this Udyr to get into the river, make the river his own, and possibly look for invasions into Penn State's jungle as well.
Coco, I'm very excited about this game because coming into today, I talked to you about exciting picks and the potentials that we could see. Although we don't see a Yorick, the Darius I think I'll suffice with, and considering it's going into the Shen, I feel like Shen does okay this matchup. I know Darius is oppressive, but once Shen gets Tiamat, I have a inkling that he'll be fine. But we can talk about that a little bit more later on.
I don't even know if the Shen going Tiamat is a great idea, because then you go squishier composition Shen, and that can be a little bit of a hard thing to deal with. But I'd be curious on how you build around. I would say like it's just sort of on that spiciness. I feel like if you went Garen instead of Darius, that would have been the better pickup if you're just going to try and fight, because it's like Ghost, Flash, Garen, go in, spin to win, and you have much more guaranteed damage to come into play, and you're a little bit beefier in the long run. And pop-off capability is always great for the Darius though. So, man, I'm just fighting for us here. I'm just fighting for our ground in the draft div. But to be fair, the composition that Drexel University has cooked up is still going to be an absolute blast to watch.
Oh, absolutely, my friend, and I cannot wait. I know you can't either. So stay locked to your chairs, glue your hands to the floor. We'll be back in a bit. As the skies clear up and the sun comes out, game number 2 is on the horizon for DU and Penn State. The Drexel Dragons, one game ahead, looking to perhaps close things out. Take us all home, move forward to the bracket. Meanwhile, Penn State fighting for their life as we get straight to start.
Ooh, super lazy, waddling it. Oh, it's basic Udyr, man. I can't wait. Didn't Udyr get the vote for? No, it was Shyvana that got it. Yeah.
No, it was Shyvana and then Skarner. Yeah.
And then Skarner.
Yeah.
Udyr still has to wait. Mostly, well, you just have to pay $20 to actually get the visual update for Udyr. You just get the Spirit Guard Udyr. That's literally it. Like, I have been an adamant fan, like, sort of proponent of this, of just Spirit Guard Udyr was just a visual update for Udyr, but they needed money, and it's just like, here, like, we're not gonna make this one free. But like, why? There's no reason. There's not enough Udyr players to like guarantee that. That's nothing. I can understand Lux. I can understand that. I could understand Skarner just because of like how Flowers is such an advocate about him, and you've seen a rapid increase of Skarner players. But Udyr, really?
I mean, look. You say there's not enough Udyr players. You gotta remember, there were just the influx of Udyrs everywhere last year.
Well, see, yeah, season
back when
10,
Camp Dunk was disgusting. Yeah.
Season 10 was disgusting. It was literally like Sins out Udyr every single game, and it was just like annoying because of how fast they were.
And I will say this: I was lucky enough to actually get Spirit Guard Udyr out of a skin shard, and it's quite nice. It's really cool, but you're not wrong that it's just base skin but sexier. That's it.
It is. It literally is. He's just not blocking anymore. Nonetheless, something that is not blocking, something that's going a little bit more smooth sailing, is this early game for Drexel University. Didn't give over 3 kills this time. That's a nice bonus, as they had been able to get that quick invade just to see where Herb Smoker was starting on that Hecarim pickup. And then from here, like we mentioned, it's all about Drexel trying to get lane priority as fast as possible to maximize their advantages before Herb Smoker hits level 6 and tries to look for ganks. So doing all right of it right now. Although Punsen Yark, the substitute support, does take a brutal amount of damage, and when you're going up against the Lux Caitlyn, every single inch is going to be a mile of pain.
And I was going to say too, if he actually had to prioritize going for the Glacial instead, he might have been dead by this point.
Yeah,
But luckily, still going for tank stats is quite nice. He's waiting. He's waiting for the hook. Look how far behind they are. Behind the minions, the flash, and the flash for flash traded away. But Creed might be to the second hook, misses, and he actually gets one out of first blood, going over to the Lux. But Kaisa trading one back. This is pretty nice. And here comes Super Lazy. Look, come in, bear, slap, smack, stun, one, next, blow him up, fire, not going to connect. He didn't use a stun. Oh my god,
he didn't get it. The bear stun hit the minion instead. And that saves Herb Smoker's life. Very small, minute things guarantee that kill, but Aj is here as well.
Yeah, there we go, no. And that's the power slam. Tower shot given over to him, and they get him started.
Good night there, as it is 2 kills for 1 overall after that trade is good and done. And to start that all off, it was the setup from Herb Smoker and Punsang that really wanted to try and get that initial first blood. The flash in from Punsang on the Nautilus, the animation goes through. You see that auto attack land, but it actually got canceled. That whole lockdown got canceled because Psycho flashed out of it just in time before the application of the passive got hit. So gets out and then is able to keep moving around and guarantee the space for them to get first blood initially. It goes on to the Lux. That's the unfortunate part. But with all that being said and done, you still have those 2 kills, 1 advantage over to your mid laner as well. So Drexel University off to a good start, but not as comfortable anymore because of how many summoner spells are now gone from this bottom side. And if Herb Smoker again tries to rinse and repeat, look for that gank, Moonsung might have that opening to try and look for it.
And the hook onto Creed right away. He does have to flash away, but that's a stun as well. And a lot of CC and damage being given over out of the side of Psycho and Creed. The Drexel Dragons have to play a lot safer, but that's cleanse put out.
Okay.
So a trade of summoners by the end of it.
I don't know if the cleanse was really worth it, but I respect the fact that that trap just immediately dropped down after it, and that sort of creates the argument valid for that cleanse immediately. Just scared of if there's any extra jungle or any extra damage going to be coming in from other places. As a little bit of a lull in the action as we try and prepare for this bottom lane once more. Just because of how much attention it attracts with the Caitlyn Lux. Yes, they're very squishy. We saw how much damage Mr. Lazy and Punsung did in that bottom lane, just off that Lux catch. That also means this dragon is going to be quickly taken care of by the bottom lane of Drexel Dragons. I don't think you try and challenge this. This is a little hasty here. Though you have the inside track from Zillion and from Herb Smoker, this could come into a skirmish.
Super Lazy doesn't have flash either, so he should be dead because he's locked right inside of the pit. But that maybe getting one back could be nice. Mr. Lazy stays alive. And that's just a nice pick given over. It's a PSU.
And Mr. Lazy barely living out there, thankfully, due to the stand united from Bane of Hades' Shen. Though that does mean that that teleport should have been immediately used up top side to try and stop any advances, but uses it to recall first. That granted about 12 seconds of time for Soul Sniper's Darius to get some damage onto the turret top lane, as we watched Raccoon use the last bit of mana he had to get some extra damage onto Aj. So at that end, 1 kill goes over, grabbing it for Herb Smoker, but they're back in it bottom lane, no mana on Creed.
Creed might have just enough to possibly get, I was going to say maybe get at least the, just a root off too, but he runs away, he's far too fast, it doesn't really matter. And now, with this, bot lane has the opportunity to at least crash in this wave. So we find that Super Lazy gets to take the buff away from Herb Smoker. It's always good. We can slow it down for the heck of it.
Grab this up. It's level 6. That's great. And also is getting a little bit closer to that turbo chem tank that he needs. able to start to outfarm. This is the 20 CS differential that the studio is able to acquire off of this Raptor camp, and that's pretty nice. Able to sort of equalize the kill potential, but don't die here though, Super Lazy, because that could throw all of that lead out the window.
He might be extending to try to possibly get Raccoon, but corner shift is up, but he has no mana, and yeah, he manages to get away, but that was far too close for cover. Super Lazy playing a little bit too confident for my liking, I want to say.
Yeah, a little bit close for comfort, but in exchange for 2 ghosts, like a ghost used for a ghost and a flash. That's a pretty valuable trade. Is Creed? Oh no, gets caught out. He's done for it.
Yep. Bye.
Nothing else but being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I can understand why you'd want to be up there to try and sort of be that counter gank, but immediately being smelled out, it just means death. You're just so squishy as a Lux that there's nothing else but despair for you. And that opens up some control in this bottom lane for Penn State to try and take some camps away and sort of even that invade that happened for Super Lazy. They're back here. Raccoon is the one that might neutralize this, but Lux and Jace are close behind.
Super Lazy is stunned too, but they can't actually move it onto him. As a smite, he does get a bit of health back as well, but the blast cone will get back to safety as Raccoon gonna zone them away at least for now. There's nothing to fight over here. They also want to go in, but Onside Shadows comes up. They get the stun back to Creed is dead once more, and now they know that the Dragon's okay. He threads the needle and gets the pick. It's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 helps even it out once again for Drexel University to keep themselves in the lead, and not to mention with the CS advantages, they're going to be able to hold on to that lead for just a little while. They also had that dragon control. Ooh, nice little pull from Soul Sniper, but not enough to really guarantee any additional damage. But it's at the point soon that I would feel that this Shen has to start playing very close to the chest. Cards close. Is that Udyr could come in, try and sort of challenge for a Rift Herald, and then looking at how the turret state is at the moment, it's close to being just 3 plates, and that could be an immediate Rift Herald siege into first brick, into forcing you away, or you give your life over to try and defend that cause, defend that that structure in its own right. But we're back looking to the bottom lane as Raccoon is just out of there.
Yep, corner shift pop too, but they'll be staying right there. There's the bear slap, smack, and that's that for Raccoon. Super Lazy could also get a stun onto Herb Smoker, but manages to get away. They can exactly chase this down, so he'll be fine.
And that shield was also the Stand United, so that is a Shen ultimate down for the next 3-4 minutes, which will be crucial because Dragon spawns in 50 seconds. And you have TP down as well, so you are isolated. It is going to be a guaranteed 4v4 in that bottom lane for that objective. And if I'm Drexel University, that's great news for me. You get a ward up, you got great vision already to prioritize that bottom quadrant, and then all you need to do is sort of gain that mid lane priority. Don't give anything over in that mid lane to sort of thwart away that objective. And this Herald is one of those okay losses. Now you're saying that's fine, there's a lot of members up here, we don't need to challenge it, we just need to clear, prep for Dragon. I would actually want to see Super Lazy down at this Dragon right now. But he doesn't have Caitlyn or Lux with him. So it's just more of a clear, quickly down, wait for the ADC to show up, and then see where Penn State decides to prioritize and assign their laners and assign their champions. And for that, now it'd be back to the 4-4. And I want to see this Dragon taken fairly soon before Penn State has the time to recuperate and answer back in any sign of retaliation.
Release not there as of yet, which I don't. Yeah, he's gonna look to just clear his camps first before actually moving into it. So Akram has more than enough time to try to move in, and considering their position, fighting a 4v4 as of right now wouldn't be super great because TP does come back up pretty soon for Bane of Hades. But they need to make a play, and now would be the time, as I don't think Udyr is actually interested going and go with the Dragon as of yet, because instead he wants to move down bot side, set up a lane gang, maybe?
Maybe just sort of smelling out, seeing where Hecarim is, per se.
Yeah.
But there we go, there he starts the Dragon up. Little late, but that's fine. He did a full clear, he's being confident, making sure that his bottom lane and his mid lane are in perfect condition, getting sort of both green lights on those lanes to get that priority. Slower style, and that's all you need. and it's going to be an Infernal Soul, a great soul to snowball this game and really take it by storm. And they are about 3,000 gold in lead because of how slow those lanes have been able to dominate. And speaking of domination, he's just out of there, but we got to fight in bottom lane too.
Super Lazy stuck once more and caught in the middle of 3 different people. He will die yet again. But on the back end of it, you know, Darius is starting to farm up. Oh, the final light, but maybe the execute is not there in time to defend his ADC.
Oh,
man.
True tragedy. As this is a great catch there. It makes it a 1-for-1 trade and 2-for-1 overall globally for Drexel University. As this lanes, yep, this is again, it is all about that laning phase of that helped them gain this lead, 4,000 in the lead. And also a huge shout out to Aj, who's been able to quickly clear waves mid and then be able to roam to these side lanes and help try and secure these kills 2-0 for himself. So they're going to try and fight Herb Smoker over this dragon. That's a lot of damage. You're going to have to get out of dodge here, Herb.
Yeah, he's stuck in the middle of 2 people, and I think Soul Sniper might be dead. There we go. That's a corner shift popped away, but can they get more? That's Super Lazy looking for the stun. Bear, slap, smack, and that will be that for the Shen.
That is a great chance of retaliation there from Drexel University, smelling out that counter gank and having the resources to quickly recuperate and get to that counterplay. Turret plates are now falling in 30 seconds, which means Soul Sniper may be able to get 1 or 2 more plates for himself as the rest of his team chases down Herb Smoker away from his jungle. That's a lot of resources lost there. That's, I think, almost 700 gold gone from the jungle of Herb Smoker and into the pockets of Super Lazy and the rest of Drexel University. Sure, he gets Turbo Chem Tank. We had this Sunfire Aegis up for quite a while this Udyr on Super Lazy. Aj is able to get that Eclipse finally. Gale Force is done. And you look at the semi-mythic item that Soul Sniper has in that Hull Breaker. It is looking bleak for Penn State University, and I feel like the only way they can try and win back into this game is through Mr. Lazy's Kai'Sa. Because you have so much crowd control to burst out to maximize of that Kai'Sa passive to blow up this very squishy bottom lane. You can turret dive. You've got the Aftershock Nautilus to have that capability to blow up any of those targets, and they're looking to invest in that option.
I just dead. That's a ton of CC down, and he's caught him with 3 different people. Might be able to get 1 back, but considering he already used the Empower Shock Blast, that will mean that's a shutdown going over to Herb Smoker.
Just trying to make sure that he has not given over his death to anyone more valuable, like the Kai'Sa perchance, to love to finish up that potential Duskblade, or look for a Manamune to finish up for themselves. You know, get the Manamune and then look for a potential Nash's Tooth, or maybe even a nice little Essence Reaver. All of those sound great options for the Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa has also been one of those champions that has started to build more towards AP rather than AD. So this is definitely an AD department. She's like the sole damage dealer of her team. They need to play more and more into her. Psycho needs to find a kill.
Yep. Maybe they can get 1 more onto Raccoon, but he gets away, and Psycho will be shut down by Raccoon. In fact, I would trade 2 away, but this devolves into an unfortunate mess on the side of the Drexel Dragons as they lose a 2-for-1, and they cannot make it even. They're far too fast outside of Penn State.
Far too fast, and guaranteeing a resource grab for themselves as well. Sure, they retreat, but they lose their jungle at the price of saving their own lives. You can see how the gold has been spread out. It is a 5, now 6,000 gold lead, and the difference between Psycho and Mr. Lazy is grand, around 2,000 gold. But that's not the one I'm really looking at. I'm looking at the massive discrepancy between Soul Sniper and Bane of Hades. Massive 3,000 gold differential between this Dunk Master Darius and the sort of Psyop Shen in a way. He's really trying to make sure that he can keep up the pace, but that new technology is just nanobits compared to the gigapower that is Soul Sniper's Darius.
And there always needs to be one sort of power pressure point on the side of the Drexel. But Creed is daddy once more. A bit too far up, and see you later. I feel as though we've had we've seen this before.
Yep.
The support forces just get caught over and over again, but like you were saying, just unfortunate positioning, wrong place, wrong times. And I think Creed needs to go back a little bit, man. You
Use the
You can
range
all these
that
fights by yourself.
use the range that Lux provides you as a champion and sort of reach out a little bit. But like the rest of his team has also just not been there, trying to help out in other ways, and no one's really been looking for engage. And this is the sort of the downside of Drexel University is that they don't have a team that can just hit the go button and send it. They need to take time to approach their target, and it gives Penn State this capability to find these aggressions.
Yeah, because they seem to have a ton of go buttons, and now through this, they're actually able to bring back a fair amount of the gold they lost already. Nice bit of shutdown given over. A Herb Smoker should be dead. I was gonna say Caitlyn does have the ultimate, so she could actually snipe away
Yeah, but you
Hecarim, but for now, yeah, they'll just try to suffice against the onslaught.
look to defend against this siege that is happening. That's a lot of damage. You really got to get out of there.
Yusung Park is fine for now, but look to go in. One more shock blast could potentially take down two. As Bane of Hades, okay. They just take the hit, and that should be absorbed by the members.
Yeah, but all of this happening bottom side, top side is going to be sieging down. That's going to be a tier 2 inhibitor taken, or tier 2 turret taken, excuse me, as Darius getting more and more gold under his pocket. He's going to be getting that Triforce here in just a little while. Honestly, I think he can go back and just get it. He might be able to just take this turret, but he is playing the safe game. He knows resets have come in. He's getting the communication from his team. Get out of there.
Oh, no.
It might have been too late as Ghost has been popped.
But he's fine. He has a jungler there, and all of Drexel actually move up. Suddenly, Snow Sniper feeling very confident. But remember, Hullbreaker's a solo item. You don't want to be here anymore. And he leaves. All right, good man. He might be dead, though. Creed is definitely dead. Creed is not dead. I am a liar. Let's go. Okay. The small bits of shield actually save his life. Now Snow Sniper is in. The pulling onto two. There's the reset to come down. Now that's one slam. Come on, who wants to jam the flash? And a double kill for Slow Sniper.
And he's trying to look
With the
for
triple?
more. Oh, good catch on Super Lazy as well. And wow, speechless after that because of how dominant Drexel University is able to swing back that fight. We were thinking they were out of position. We were thinking that Penn State could punish. No, Drexel has the range, has the capability, and the damage to just obliterate the front lines of Penn State University. Now, with that inhibitor down, they'll hit with that retreat and the cash-ins. Honestly, cash in now. There's not much to take here on the side of Penn State. You've got the Wolf Camp and you've got the Gromp Camp. That's all they've got. You can take those. You can take the Scuttle bot lane as well on that bottom river. But go back. Cash in on your lead as Trinity Force is finally grabbed there for Soul Sniper's Darius. Massive cash in for that as he will be working towards his next item. I wonder what it'll be. You know, Pickaxe plus Ruby Crystal build into some pretty appetizing options. Sterix Gauge is definitely one of them, as the rest of the team has some great range damage potential.
Diddy's the beast, though. You were saying about how, you know, considering Penn State do have just this type of go button too, but if you're fighting against all the members of Drexel and considering how strong they are, do you want to go? I think it's one of those things where you look at the red light and you think, maybe I shouldn't cross this.
I still think it's one of those scenarios where, you know, Soul Sniper gonna be pretty tough to try and take down in a good amount of time, but he has no summoners right now. So that is a good window to say, all right, let us use this ultimate on Poonsung and some assistance from Bane of Hades as well to have this Kaisa get some kills. Get 3 people onto this Darius, or get 3 people onto the backline of Creed and Psycho, which is actually what's going to be happening. Look at Creed's health bar right now off the map. Just very, very low within the 100 health range, and that's what they're looking for. They're trying to get kills onto these squishy targets and play through Mr. Lazy. They need to do that. He's the only damage that they have on this team of Penn State, and not finding those kills is just spelling more and more bad news.
As Poonsung is dead, unfortunately, as they try to catch out the other players, the other team supports, no support for what she does fall. So now with this 4v5, I think Drexel knows that Baron is most definitely an option, and I don't think Penn State can even contend against this.
Well, this is pretty much a free take here for Drexel University. Aj does enough damage to just obliterate anyone in his sights, especially if they got cut out by a Lux.
Yep, bye-bye. That's jungler. God, this is truly a free Baron at this point. No steals to come through. And now with this, Drexel Dragons can continue to push to the lead even further from here. And Soul Sniper with his Baron And with 2 items, the Triforce and the Hullbreaker, he's gonna be unstoppable by himself.
Yeah, it's just going to be 4-1 throughout the rest of this game, and Soul Sniper is going to be able to 3v1 whoever he so chooses, even without the Staircase Gauge completed. He just goes bot lane, you have the rest of the team, hey, Dragon is up, let's go ahead and take that now. You only need one person with it. Honestly, you can have Jace, Lux, and Caitlyn just pressuring mid lane, keeping Penn State within their base, while Udyr solos the Dragon. It is totally fine to do that. And you have the luxury to play this more risque style because of how far ahead the rest of your team is, and with how much range you're working. Jace, Caitlyn, not only do you have the Arcane buff, you just have 650 range buff, and you can keep everyone at a distance with a 10-foot pole, and you can whittle away on these turrets. Turret's already down pretty much, because that empowered minion, cannon minion, is going to go ahead and take care of it. Now you can transition to the bottom lane. My only concern is, well, there's a fight starting.
And Queen might be dead once more. That shield saving his life with the blast going over the wall, but Bait of Hades actually flashes over, trying to get him. And now Super Lazy is in, looking for some more bear slaps. The final light hits as the corner shift down, and already one taken over. They can go into the base with no fear at all, Coco. The Drexel University tear apart Penn State. And in a dominant second game, they can take the base.
And with this, the Baron power play will be just enough. A single Baron to end this game, and with this, a 23-minute ending to get themselves to the playoffs. Drexel University making a statement. This ain't a myth, ain't fantasy. The Dragons' domination is a fact.
Indeed it is. It seems as though, although my bias did not work out, I'm glad yours did. Because in game 4, we have 2 O's across the board here today. Now we'll get to hear a bit more from the players from Drexel before. Now, let's drop a bit of that game, because considering it wasn't like 2 very different looks that we had, but there's to be one consistent theme from the side of Drexel.
Yeah.
It was just domination in a solo lane, and then just carried through from there.
Yeah, and it was just something where the slower early game as well gave a bit more confidence and more reprieve for Drexel University.
For sure.
That was the minor condition, and what you reiterated on was that lane dominance that their composition had. Caitlyn and Lux are able to create so much zoning capability, and I respect what the Nautilus and the Kai'Sa wanted to do. It's just something that you need to be more aggressive with it. You can't allow the Lux and Caitlyn to constantly be on you, and that was something where you look over at how they tried to invest into that, where it became a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Drexel University in that initial first blood interaction. That's fine. It's okay. It's a first blood. It happens. You can mess up there, but you need to continue to apply the pressure. Shut down that capability, because it's going to do the exact same that Ezreal and Karma would do, of neutralizing lanes, creating space, creating zoning pressure around anything that they want to set their eyes on. But they have kill potential with it, unlike Ezreal and Karma, who need that time to ramp up and scale. So from there, it was just not applying onto those win conditions, and then it's just the absolute domination of the Darius just winning his lane, forcing the Shen to always answer, not allowing him to use that global presence that he could, and then it's just homage on these mid laners, man. Yone, Jace, dominant performances, always knowing where to be. It was just a completely different performance from game 1 to game 2 to just carry every single time.
And it continued to be so, my friend, like you're saying.
Yep.
Just the fact that we can see how good these players are and how all of them have the possibility to bring things home is what makes things like this, just so cool, right?
Yeah.
Considering how great they were. And I believe we do have an interview just in a little bit, so we'll get to hear from Drexel on their side and more so on their perspectives. But I got what I wanted, personally.
True. Yeah.
I got fun top lane picks. I got things to change up. The Yona came in as well, although it's mid lane. But technically, we got 2 top lane picks in second game with the Jace and the Darius. So, I think I can kind of double dip on that end.
Yeah, like the compositions that they cooked up were always really enjoyable to watch too. And just for our viewers, we are going to be interviewing Aj in just a little bit. We're just getting that set up at the moment. I'm going to be excited to see how the insight of the Drexel Dragons will be, as they have won that playoffs spot, as I believe it is, as a matter of fact, good to go. As I'm Aj. Hello. First off, congratulations on a dominating 2-0. Speedrunning not only pick and ban in both Game 1 and Game 2, but also speedrunning in that second game as well to make it a 23.5-minute victory. How's it feel to get that playoff spot locked in?
I mean, it was pretty good. I feel like the games, at least personally, are pretty easy, so I feel like we could win that pretty like easily.
Wow. I mean, I respect it, man, because considering just the dominance you guys already showed. So let's talk a bit about the game number one, right? Because I found like just the start was a little bit unfortunate, but once you got 2 kills, it just seems as though you were unkillable, literally.
Yeah, well, so like our plan was late invade, but we kind of like messed up a little bit mechanically. But I mean,
Mhm.
we drafted for the comp and for our comfort, right? So that ended up working
Mhm.
out, even though we messed up the whole one a little bit.
Yeah, and you mentioned drafting for comfort. So this is something also a discussion with a lot of collegiate teams or a lot of younger teams that are in the scene and in NACE Starleague. It's that constant debate of, is it better to go for comfort over counter? And it sounds like you're a little bit more on the former side of that.
Yeah, well, so Yon is probably my best champ, but we also drafted for it. So by R3ing Yon, we could ban out all the really bad matchups. So wasn't any matchups that I like felt too uncomfortable with. LeBlanc is like not that easy, but you have to be pretty good at LeBlanc, I would say, to win that lane.
I respect it. And so far, you weren't exactly pressured a ton in the lane either against the LeBlanc, but it was very fun for you to watch. But going forward in the second game, right, it definitely does seem as though that your team at a certain point was able to kind of rally around a single solo lane. And would you say that you're very confident in your ability, just as a team as a whole, to rally around one player? Or would you find that you're very much about the 5v5s and group ups?
We definitely play towards a specific lane. Like since we have a pretty high elo ADC, we usually draft our comps to be revolved around our ADC. So I would say we mostly like make our comps around just focusing on 1 or 2 lanes and just getting really far ahead in that lane, and then playing off of that.
All right.
That's pretty awesome. Well, the fact that you have locked in the playoffs and the fact that it is, in fact, a late night for you, I'd have to imagine being on the eastern side of the United States. We want to let you go, but before you do, any shout-outs or comments that you want to make for the crowd or for anyone at home?
No, if you want to follow me on Twitch, though, it's twitch.tv/Ajax, AHJAX. But besides that, that's it.
Nice. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you coming on, man. Congrats. You got the win. And we're excited for you guys going to playoffs. Well done again.
Thank you.
All right, beautiful. That was I Am Azure. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for our broadcast for today. We want to thank you all for joining us. I want to give a big shout yet again to all people in the back lane, being Ben, Pythian, and Josh, making us look good all day. And for you, Coco, for being by my side, looking as dapper as ever. And of course, all of you at home who stuck around with us.
Yeah.
With all that. Coco, what's up? Any final words?
Of course, for me, I feel like even though we had a banger of 2 series tonight, it's just League of Legends, and it's just League of Legends on Tuesdays, but that doesn't mean we're done for the week. We had Overwatch and Rocket League yesterday, but we've got the FPSs to take care of for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, we've got Call of Duty, and of course, on Friday, we have CSGO to wrap out the week before we all have a wonderful weekend. But you know what the best part of this all is, too? And this just is secretly tied for this. We get Thursday off to party for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's go. That's
we thought about y'all. We thought about y'all, and we said, don't worry about it. You can take that off. You can have a little bit of session, and then to help cure your hangover, we got that CSGO to take care of you. But yeah, of course, with all that NACE Starleague action, we got to get to tomorrow to have that actually get onto the show. So let's wrap it up here.
Yeah, so we'll see you tomorrow. In fact, I'm Ravish Ravis with Ravish the Internet. Y'all take care. Peace. Bye.